kwento ng bagong pananaw. Sa produksyon, malakas ang kooperasyon. Katuwang ng mga magsasaka, pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Dadagdagan ang kaalaman sa kabuhayan. Sa negosyo, pahuhusayin ang kakayahan. Angkop at bagong teknolohiya, subsidyo, patubig at infrastruktura. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa.
Ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isa sa mga pinakamahalagang sektor sa Pilipinas. Patuloy ang pagpapalago sa agrikultura upang magkaroon ng ating bansa ng sapat na supply ng pagkain at angat na serbisyo. Nakaagapay ang kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon upang mapalakas ang produksyon ng magsasaka at sa pagkamit ng masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Tayo po sa kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon ay nakatuon sa pagpapalakas ng sektor. Iba't ibang programa ang ating ipinatutupad upang maiangat ang pamamaraan sa agrikultura. Kabilang na po rito ang pagpapaunlad ng kaalaman, pamamahagi ng inputs, pinhi, kagamitang pansaka, makinarya, at mga pasilidad na nakatutulong sa pag-unlad ng sakahan.
Patuloy na nakipag-ugnayan ang ahensya sa mga magsasaka ng Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal at Quezon upang matukoy ang mga benepisyaryo at mapalangkas ang mga pangangailangan sa pagsasaka.
Naunguna sa layunin ng ating ahensya ang mapalawig ang kakayahan at pamamaraan ng mga magsasaka sa sektor ng agrikultura.
Sinisigurado po natin na ang bawat programa ng ating tanggapan ay angkop at higit na makakatulong sa ating magsasaka bilang kaagapay ng sektor sa pagkamit ng sapat at masustansiyang pagkain para sa lahat.
Sa pamamagitan po ng komprehensibong pagpaplano ng pagbili at pamimigay ng makinaryang pansaka, nakatutulong ang ating ahensya upang mapabilis ang gawaing pansaka, makabawas sa gastos at post-harvest losses, at lalo tigit ang mapataas ang kita ng bawat magsasaka.
Sa mga nagdaang taon,
nakapagbahagi na po tayo ng iba't ibang klase ng makinarya at kagamitang pangsaka.
Nakakatuwa nga po at marami na rin pong naibigay na farm equipments ng ating pong Department of Agriculture, kagaya po ng corn harvester, vertical dryer natin. Napaka-importante po nitong mga machine po natin dito sa ating production kasi nalas na po yung labor force natin sa mga tao, napabilis na po natin yung mga activities po natin. Ito ay nagdagdag din ng income sa kanila, kumbaga nalas yung cost of production nila.
Mobile dryer. Sa ganitong tagulan, hindi nabubulok yung mais. Nagtitiis kami na mag-dry sa simento, sa kalsada. Pag inabot ng ulan, bulok. Yung corn harvester, isang napakalaking tulong. Ako tulad ko, dati ang aking taniman malawak. Ang tauhan ko 60 katao. Yung akin ay mano-mano, manual. Sa corn harvester, 3 tao lang ang kailangan mo. Isang operator, 2 yung nagsasako. Unlike doon sa manual na mag-harvest ka ng 1 linggo na hindi pa tapos. Ilang katao yun. So malaki ang cost na per sako ng bayad namin.
Malaking pakinabang namin dyan. Hindi na kayo bibili ng diesel. Ay isang araw, kumakain kami ng 8 liters. Sa isang hektarya, ay yung pasira ng makina, yung panlangis.
Malaking bagay siya kasi di na sila magagamit ng gasolina. Sa mga malilit na farms na tulad nila,
Malaki mamimenos namin.
Napakaganda ng pagtitinginan ng mga magbubukid at saka ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa aming bayan. Sila po ang number 1 na tumutulong sa amin. Kailangan ang pagmamahal ng mga namumuno at ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating mga local government official. Kailangan yan ay pirming magkasama. Yayakapin ang lahat ng problema ng magbubukid at uunlad yung aming samahan.
Ang aming mga magsasaka ay sanay na po sa maraming teknolohiya sa pagsasaka. Combine harvester. Taong 2017, napagkalooban po kami ng isa, 8,000 kada hektarya. Kasi po sa private, 11,000 kada hektarya or 1,100 kada tanim isa. Ginawa po namin 8,000 kada hektarya. Napagkalooban kami ng 4-wheel drive tractor. During land preparation, nagagamit namin. During harvesting, siya po naman ay nagagamit pang transport. Halos lahat po ng makinarya na naipagkakaloob ng Department of Agriculture ay naipagkakaloob po sa bayan ng Siniluan.
Mas nagiging economical ang isang pagsasaka kung gagamit po tayo ng makabagong makinarya tulad ng combine harvester. Na kung dati po, tayo po ay gumagastos ng higit 1,000 at ang dami pa pong tao natin binabayaran. Ngayon pong gumagamit tayo ng combine harvester, yung 600 lang po, yun lang po ang pinakang gastos namin. Napakalaking tipid po.
Speed, bumibilis ang trabaho. Economical, mas malawak yung nagagawa, mas mura yung ating serbisyo at yung kalidad ng produkto. So sa pamamagitan ng combine harvester at dryer, malaking tulong po yon.
Sa mga nakalipas na taon, naramdaman na ng mga magsasaka ang kahalagahan ng mga programang pang-agrikultura sa pagkakaroon ng dekalidad, maayos at malagong industriyang pangsakahan. Upang marami pang mga magsasaka ang makinabang o makaalam ng programa at pagpapalakas ng mekanisasyon sa agrikultura, naglulunsad din ng information caravan, webinars, programa sa radyo at sa pamamagitan ng pamahagi ng information, education, and communication materials.
Napakarami pong benepisyo at bentahe na maging kabahagi sa mga programa ng ahensya. Kaya naman po, hinihikayat namin ang bawat Farmers Association, Farmers Cooperative, Irrigators Association, Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Organization, Universidad o Eskwelahang Pang-Agrikultura at mga hindi sakop sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund na magpadala o maging rehistrado.
Upang maging kwalipikado sa Mechanization Program ng Kagawaran, una, kinakailangan may konkretong plano sa paggamit ng kahilingang makinarya. Pangalawa, kinakailangan mayroong sakahan o service area na akma sa kahilingang makinarya.
Pangatlo, kasalukuyang kabahagi sa produksyon at pagpuproseso ng palay, mais, high-value crops, paghahayupan, manukan at organikong pagsasaka. Pang-apat, may kasalukuyang nakatayong silungan o bodega para sa makinarya o may kakayahang magpatayo ng silungan o bodega.
Pang-lima, mayroong kakayahang gumamit at pangalagaan ang ipinagkaloob ng mga makinarya. Pang-anim, kinakailangang mayroong italagang operator na may kakayahan at may kagustuhang sumailalim sa mga teknikal na pagsasanay na isasagawa ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka.
Hindi maitatangking malaki na ang ipinagbago ng industriya ng pagsasaka at marami na ang tulungan ng ahensya.
Kaya naman po layunin po naming madagdagan ang mga benepisyaryo na hindi pa naabot ng programa. Nais po din naming makapagbigay ng komprehensibong pagsasanay sa mga kakayahan ng mga magsasaka sa local government units at makapagpatayo na agri-machinery service center.
Sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaisa at ugnayan ng mga magsasaka at ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon, napatunayang sa pagsama-sama at pagtutulungan ay kayang abutin ang masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Sa ating pagpupursigi at pakikipag-ugnayan ay hindi po malayong ating makakamit ang mas masaganang ani at mataas na kita para sa ating mga magsasaka. Patuloy nating palaganapin ang mekanisasyon at kapit-bisig nating harapin ang isang masaganang industriya ng pagsasaka.
Kanina wala ako talaga.
Pagka nakita niyo si
Good day everyone, and welcome to our series of mechanization webinar. We'll be getting started in a few minutes, so stay tuned. Meron ako, narinig ko dito.
playing third video na to, una, ano ko na 11
Saan ka nakakonect? Kuya Jimmy. 18 pa lang naka-join. Magpapasurvey pa tayo. Pinaririnig din ako.
Minutes from here, i-play ko na yung ano muna. Reminder.
Uy, ako din yung talaga natin.
magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. 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 Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa.
Hindi, sinasabi
Ba't wala?
Kwento ng bagong pananaw sa produksyon, malakas ang kooperasyon. Katuwang ng mga magsasaka, pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Dadagdagan ang kaalaman sa kabuhayan. Sa negosyo, pahuhusayin ang kakayahan. Angkop at bagong teknolohiya, subsidyo, patubig at infrastruktura. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita, maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita, maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita, maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain
Vamos start, okay.
Five seconds.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to our series of Mechanization webinar, BAFE's 8th Anniversary Special. My name is Engineer Mary Jane Lesatin, and I'll be the facilitator in the first half of the webinar. Thank you for joining us today as we'll be discussing very interesting and relevant topics in field of agricultural and fisheries engineering. The first part of the webinar will cover the discussions of the laser land leveling and digital applications for smart farming. Later, we'll have a better grasp and understanding on the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure. Before we formally start, here are some kind reminders to our participants and viewers out there. First, we invite everybody to kindly fill out the attendance form through bit.ly/BAFE webinar attendance day 1, or scan the QR code for proper documentation of the online activity. An evaluation link will be shown on the screen at any part of the webinar. Therefore, participants must tune in until the end. The evaluation form along with the attendance form are the basis for the issuance of the certificate of attendance. Next, if you have questions or clarifications during the presentation, you may type them in the question chat box in the FB live stream. Rest assured that we'll try to accommodate them one by one during the question and answer session. We are receiving quite a number of greetings on Facebook. Thank you. And we are informed that we have lots of registrants in our online activity in this webinar. And as of the moment, we have 195 viewers. Thank you. Before, I would like again thank everybody for joining. To formally start our program and to warmly welcome everybody to this webinar, let us call in the Assistant Director of the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering, Engineer Juana T. Tapel, to deliver the opening remarks. Over to you, Engineer Tapel.
Nakamit si Ma'am Jing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer JN. To our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, good afternoon. Part of BAFE's 8th anniversary celebration, we are delighted to provide our stakeholders this webinar. This webinar is two-pronged. We have technology and, of course, we have more on policy. On technology, we have the laser land leveling, and for policy, we will discuss on the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure. For LLN, or laser land leveling, this is an output of the joint undertaking of BAFE and DA-BAFE. Whereas, for the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure, on supporting or preparing the bureaucracy on how to implement the Manzanas-Garcia ruling. In the resolution on the local governance, we have to analyze the implementation of this Manzanas ruling at the level of national government agencies, vis-a-vis and the local government units. So we have lined up important people, key speakers that are competent on these technology and policy issues. So we're requesting all our viewers and stakeholders, other participants to stay with us so we can understand what are the directions of the government and what are these technologies. Our farmers, specifically the rice farmers, to have better harvest or cost-effective technology in their farming. So may I welcome all of you, and my role is to officially open this webinar. Thank you, and back to you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Director Jane Tapel, for the warm welcome. Now, without further ado, we'll turn the time over to Dr. Nguyen Van Hong, Scientist 1, Mechanization and Post-Harvest Development Cluster, ERI, to present the laser land leveling for land use efficiency in the Philippines. Take it away, Dr. Hong.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Dr. Hong. Good afternoon.
Oh, hello. Good morning. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Hong, you're loud and clear.
I'm not allowed to share the presentation. Can you?
Go ahead, sir.
No, but I'm not allowed to share the presentation from my side. It's a hot disable participant screen sharing. Or otherwise, so can you share from your side the presentation I sent to you, Ms. Jane?
So our technical, kindly allow Dr. Hong to share his screen, please.
Yeah, but hello. I don't see the presentation. I cannot share from my side. Can you hear me? Could you present my presentation, the PowerPoint I sent to you? Because I cannot share here.
Meron tayo? PowerPoint doon niya. Gusto niya tayo mag-present sa PowerPoint. See?
Okay, so we'll be just
Yeah,
sharing.
now I can share already, so I can do from my side. Yeah. Okay. Can you see my screen now? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for the technical issue. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending where you are. First of all, congratulations the 8th anniversary celebrations of DA-BAFE, and thank you very much for having me to talk about laser land leveling. Oh, sorry. Okay. In this important event, so talking about laser land leveling, why do we need laser land leveling in Southeast Asian country and in the Philippines? Most of farmers have a small or fragmented fields because hampering mechanization, low land use efficiency, and productivity. But the thing is, why do most of farmers have a small fields? So here is one of the major technical problems. For example, the field has identified slope. So if we want to increase the size of the field, for example, it's the length of the field, so the unevenness will be increased or higher. So if we need water for rice plant on the right side, so the rice plant on the left side already submerged, it means that crop loss. And fertilizers or agronomic inputs also flowing to the lower regions on left side. And it also causes the issues of using water to control weed. Overall, unlevel fields hamper crop establishment and crop care. High sectorage, high agronomic inputs, need more water to cover the field, less effective weed control, more lodging, mean that more harvesting loss, and lower grain quality, uneven moisturing or higher processing loss. And those lead to lower yield and productivity, higher inputs and losses, high cost, low income, and high carbon footprint. Furthermore, laser land leveling strongly supports for field consolidation, land forming. As mentioned, laser land leveling. I hear some sounds. Are you still okay? Can you hear me clear? I assume that I'm okay. So with laser land leveling, we can enlarge the field. It means that we can remove the bunch between the small plots, and we can save around 6 to 7% more rice area. And laser land leveling is also an important precondition for mechanization, such as for mechanized branch planting and mechanized parasitic. The benefits of laser land leveling was also proven to by the research of several centers, such as CIMIS, theory, and publications, such as increase the land use efficiency about 3 to 6%, water saving about 20 to 40%, saving the fuel for water pumping, sectorage, agronomic inputs, increase use about 5 to 50%, reduce post-harvest losses about 2 to 5%, etc. So that's why we need laser land leveling. So what have we done in the Philippines on laser land leveling? The major activities is under 2 projects. One is under DA-BAFE funded irrigation rice, water rice projects, including most of the activities on demonstration, trainings, and business model supports. And the current BAFE theory laser land leveling project. So we continue to the activities on capacity building. We develop standard for laser land leveling in the Philippines and digital tools to increase efficiencies or effectiveness of laser land leveling service and operation. On the capacity building, so we have a manual covers the guidance on sampling, topographic survey, operation, maintenance, and business model analysis for laser land leveling. The project also generated an e-learning module via learning management system of education. This e-learning module covers the stimulating videos, the demonstrations of laser land leveling operation and maintenance, and the real-time interactions with the resource person to question and answer. We conducted online combined with offline trainings and demonstration on laser land leveling for DA-BAFE partners, and as well as regional field office and country partners. There's around 1,500 stakeholder or country partners attending this e-learning combined with the offline or in-field demonstration. And the project also generated a standard for laser leveling in the Philippines. It covers the key measures, criteria, requirements for selecting, providing laser leveling equipment, service and operation, and performance indicators for laser leveling evaluations. It will help the service provider, the farmers, how to have a benchmark, have a criteria, the indicator to evaluate and to pay for the laser leveling service, and also the policymakers to make decisions to support laser leveling. The data developed or collected under the standards of laser leveling was used to develop the advisor tools. It provides advice for selecting, identifying proper equipment, optimized system, matching soil, tractors, scraper, and controllers. Also provide advice for conducting measurements and simulated land topography. And it includes the functions of financial analysis for laser land leveling service or business model. Now we come to the issues of poor scheduling communication and why do we need digital tools. At present, farmers and service providers have limited information access. The engagement between farmers and service provider like a first come, first serve. This leads to lack of understanding and poor matching between fields and laser land leveling service. Poor scheduling and lead to low utilization effectiveness and farming efficiency. It causes high leveling costs. And that is the major barriers or constraints, challenges to adopt, to have a laser land leveling adopted in the country. Given that we developed Easy Level Up built on Easy Harvest. The Easy Harvest integrated with database from the existing platforms such as Rice Crop Manager, also in the Philippines. And it covers several functions being tested at the moment. The first one is optimized scheduling and overlay booking for combined harvester, laser land leveling, transplanter, straw balers, smart fertilizer and pesticide application, smart post-harvest management, such as for drying and storage, and the digital optimized logistics for wet paddy and dry straw. At this stage, the Easy Level Up include and being tested for 3 functions. The first one is a overlay booking service. The second one is a nearby search, the available agricultural machinery, such as tractors, laser land leveling service, or machines, rice straw balers, etc. And it provide the information success for fields and the nearby agricultural machinery service providers of the machines as well, and scheduling of the machines. Okay, looking ahead. So why do we need to foster laser land leveling intervention in the Philippines? As mentioned, with the benefits of laser land leveling, it can help to increase yield and farming efficiency, sustain soil productivity, reduce carbon footprint, optimize water management leading to maximize agronomic input use efficiency, and strongly support for the Philippines programs on land consolidation and productivity. To have this adopted in the country, we propose the next step, further developing, verifying the land leveling standards to be a national standard, optimize land consolidation and leveling through integrations of land leveling, upgraded to real-time kinetics land leveling drones for topographic measurements or survey and other digital soil and crop database. Piloting and further developing the easy farm, including harvest, leveling, and other agricultural machineries and post-harvest management, and catalyzing laser leveling through capacity building and demonstrations. With that, thank you very much, BAFE of the Philippines, the IRI-related projects such as water rice, Corrigaf, rice CRP program, etc., IRI managers and colleagues. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hung, for your presentation. It is very informative and insightful for your presentation.
Hello, somebody there, Jen. Over to you.
Unmute ka, di ka narinig.
All right. So again, thank you, Dr. Hung, for the presentation. And BAFE, in partnership with IRI, spearheads the promotion of laser land leveling to improve the rice-based land use efficiency, productivity, and sustainability. This webinar will serve as a venue for the conclusion and turnover of the training materials, e-learning modules, and the digital applications developed under BAFE-IRI collaboration on LLL. And now, to give us a message and formally hand over the training materials, e-learning modules, and application to BAFE, let us call in Engineer Martin Gummers, Senior Scientist 2,
Mechanization and Post-Harvest Development Cluster. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So yeah, good afternoon to everybody. It's early in the morning here. I'm in Germany. So yeah, my best wishes to everybody for this very important event. So I'm with IRI, as you know, and at IRI we started laser leveling in actually 1996, and initially at IRI, but then it was introduced in Cambodia, India, and China as sort of the first round of introduction in countries. And in the second round in Vietnam, in Laos, Myanmar, Indonesia, Thailand, and Mozambique. And the Philippines are sort of, I would say, the third round in introducing laser leveling. And it's really good to see that the technology finally arrived in the Philippines. And I'm very happy about the collaboration that we had with BAFE, but also with DA-BAFE, and yeah, basically making that technology available to Filipino farmers. It's, as Hung has pointed out, it has a lot of advantages in terms of saving of cost, in terms of consolidation of fields, and increasing yields, even reducing post-harvest losses, and so on. So we do believe it's a very beneficial technology for farmers. And also it helps reducing greenhouse gas emissions, in particular when it is combined with water-saving technologies like alternative wetting and drying. So I'm very happy about the technology having finally arrived in the Philippines. And the collaboration with BAFE has been excellent, and it was initiated on a very short notice and implemented in a very short time, and there were a lot of firsts in this project also. So it's the first time doing a standard for laser leveling. That is new. We don't have that in other countries yet. It's the first time having an e-learning course on the technology, and yeah, it was really good. And I think, as Hung has pointed out, the work doesn't stop here. There needs to be more work. Yeah, it was also the first time to apply the easy harvest and modify that to be used for laser leveling for improving the logistics. So it was basically the start. There are a lot of exciting new topics to be researched and then also extended to the end users on laser leveling. And I would like to say thank you very much to all the colleagues at BAFE, the team of Dr. Rico, and also the IRI team, of course, for an excellent collaboration in very short time that produced really very good and very high quality outputs. So thanks a lot to everybody. I wish you a very good anniversary seminar, and looking forward to further work with BAFE on this important technologies and other technologies as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Gomers. And I agree that our collaboration in the LLL will greatly promote and would help in the advancement in agriculture, and we will recognize the benefits of the LLL. Now, we will show you a short video documentation about the actual transfer and delivery of the documents from IRI office located in Los Baños, Laguna, to the BAFE office here in Diliman, Quezon City. At this juncture, let us hear the message of the BAFE Director, Engineer Ariodir Rico, as we formally accept the final output of the fruitful collaboration between our office and IRI. Good afternoon again, Director Rico.
Hi, hello, JN. So, I will give the message.
Yes, Director, it's time for you to give as a formal acceptance of the output of the IRI and BAFE.
So, can you hear me No.
Yes.
Ah?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, on behalf of the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering, I would like to thank the International Rice Research Institute for the timely completion and delivery of outputs of our joint collaborative project. In 2020, BAPI and IRI signed a memorandum of agreement for the project entitled Laser Land Leveling for Land Use Efficiency in the Philippines. Our collaboration is intended to support BAPI's and DA's program on farm mechanization and land consolidation and improve rice-based land use efficiency, productivity, and sustainability in the Philippines by fostering the adoption of laser land leveling or LLL technology. We are pleased to receive the highly satisfactory completion of IRIS responsibilities and obligation. We would like to thank the team of Engineer Martin Gomer, Dr. Ngoyen Van Hung, Engineer Kaling Balimbing, Mr. Richard Pasco, and Engineer Joseph Sandro, and Ms. Grace Barbasias for diligently producing the following outputs for the congruent collaborative undertaking. First is the development of training manual on LLL, including pilot e-learning module. The training manual includes an overview of the laser land leveling as a precision technology for land preparation and presents its numerous benefits based on the documented field trials from various locations. IRI developed the LLL Standard Version 1 as guideline on good engineering practice. The LLL Standard or GE provides information for decision making involving the selection, installation of operation of laser controlled land leveling equipment. It outlines the guiding principles for evaluating LLL performance and its economic and environmental benefits. Due to travel restriction imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, face-to-face training was not allowed. We at BAPI are impressed with IRI's ingenuity and flexibility upon learning that we have developed an alternative training modality. The approach was mixed modality via synchronous and asynchronous learning. The content of the e-learning module is based on the LLL training manual. On October 16 last year, IRI and BAPI organized a webinar to jumpstart the promotion of LLL in the country by enhancing the awareness of policymakers, implementers, adopters, and suppliers of technology. The webinar, which was streamed on social media, reached close to 28,000 viewers and generated almost 30,000 impressions. An online training of trainers for research, development, and extension agents of the Department of Agriculture from different regional field offices and BAPI was conducted in November last year. We would like also to commend ERI for developing tools and apps for LLL management and optimal operation. These are the Land Leveling Advisor, an Excel-based advisory tool for LLL equipment and operation, PC level nearby search mobile app for geolocation of the nearby facilities and machinery. Considering that the project was implemented 10 months amid the COVID-19 pandemic, it is remarkable that we achieved all the deliverables planned under our collaborative project through an excellent effort and assistance from other related IRI projects. CGIR RISE program, and the active participation of BAPI. Now the project has come to a conclusion. We are looking forward for further development and verification of the LLL standard toward being recognized as a national government agencies. Optimize land consolidation and leveling through integration of LLL, upgraded RTK land leveling, drones for topographic measurements, and interpolated database and digital tools. Piloting and further development of the Easy Level app, which can be further explored and extended to other agricultural machines. Catalyzing LLL through capacity building and demonstrators, combined LLL, RTK leveling system, and app. This is a truly exciting endeavor that paved the way towards the modernization and industrialization of the agricultural and fishery sector. This morning, we were able to brief Secretary William Dar about these developments, and according to the Secretary, the land-based, the LLL will be integrated as part of the farm consolidation program of the Department of Agriculture, and he has instructed the BAFE to work on this concern. So with that, thank you very much, Iri.
Much, Director Rico, and I agree that our collaboration with ERI opens a lot of opportunity for development and promotions of the LLL technology in the country. At this point in time, we will proceed with the launching of the different digital applications. There are 3 digital applications that will be launching today: Easy Level, Easy Farm, and Geo Agri. By the way, this live stream will be posting in YouTube, so you can also watch the whole stream of this webinar. As I was saying, the first 2 part of the first 2 digital applications were part of the LLL, ERI, and BAFE projects, while the third one is from the BAFE and Caraga State University partnership. May we have everyone's attention to the first video presentation introducing the Easy Level.
What is laser-guided land leveling, or LLL? LLL helps farmers increase their yield through precise field leveling with reduced environmental footprint. However, the investment cost for LLL technology and machinery is high, which is often not affordable to smallholder farmers. High costs associated with LLL are often caused by low effectiveness and utilization time, poor matching with an understanding of cropping systems, and poor schedule. Introducing Easy Level. Built on Easy Harvest app, developed by ERI and BAFE, helps optimize the booking process and minimize costs. Through Easy Level, farmers locate and book available LLL custom service providers nearby. The app features a built-in algorithm for determining capable and/or optimal machinery for current farmer's field. This algorithm is integrated into the backend, which provides suggestions for optimal processing based on both field and machine parameters. All resources on Easy Level are geolocated in real time. Here are some of the salient features. For admins, control access to the application. View information about all resources currently present. For farmers, add and manage their field and book machinery. Edit info about their field and their processing date. View info about their field. view their field and nearby machines available on the map. For providers, add machinery as needed. View and edit info about machines. Accept or reject booking on specified dates. View machine and the map and check if they are moving or stationary. What are you waiting for? Download and install the Easy Level app in your mobile phone now. Let's support innovation in the field of agricultural and biosystems engineering, and together, let's bring the Philippine agri-fisheries sector to its fullest potential.
For the next application, we're proud to present to you the Easy Farm.
Easy Farm helps search nearby resources from the DA-BAFE Agricultural Biosystems Engineering Management Information Systems database. Based on either the current user's location via GPS if active or via drag and drop of a pin on the map. There are two types of resources. Machinery, currently only 4-wheel drive tractor, and facilities, currently only rice processing centers. The app is strictly online for now and thus requires an internet connection. With Easy Farm, users can select whether to search for agricultural machinery, facilities, or both. We'll later expand and include agri-fishery machinery and equipment service center. Scope of search can be customized up to 30 kilometers around selected location. The app users can virtually navigate and search for the accessible machinery, equipment, and facilities within their area. This is a more convenient way to look for your required services while sitting comfortably wherever you are. Search results are pinned on the map with corresponding resource information, like location and machinery or facilities details. The app users can then review the results and compare the services offered by each facility in order to choose which centre can best suit the requirements and services needed by the users. What are you waiting for? Download and install the Easy Farm app on your mobile phones now. Be updated and stay informed on the accessible agri-fisheries, machinery and facilities near you.
For the final presentation, we're about to present to you the DA-BAFE application.
Welcome to the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering series of webinar, part of our 8th-year anniversary celebration. Today, I'm going to present to you one of the DA-BAFE's innovation towards agri-fisheries digitalization. Introducing GeoAgri. What is GeoAgri? GeoAgri is an interactive web mapping application that displays information about machinery, infrastructure, especially farm-to-market road. Its objective is to consolidate, store, manage, and analyze GIS database on FMR. It also provides avenue for transparency, interagency, data sharing, and science-based approach planning. It also shows the robust spatial data visualization. It also eliminates duplication and overlapping of FMR construction. It has other features such as data management, public map, grievance, and request. This time, I'm going to show you the GeoAgri public map dashboard. Here, you can select three functions: query, filter, and map overlays. In map overlays, you can select different layers such as infrastructures, machineries, and these data are connected to our Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering MIS, also known as ABMIS. There are also other available layers such as public markets, roads, waterways, barangay boundaries, rice areas, flood susceptibility areas. Now, let's try the filter function. Let's say we select region 12, then the fund source is Department of Agriculture. The road class is barangay road only. Then the road type is earth and gravel road. And the road status, let's select completed roads only. Then click the load map. As you can see, these data are essential on monitoring and even on planning, wherein all implementing agencies can view the proposed, ongoing, and completed FMR. Thereby, possible duplications and overlapping can be avoided. This will also show the connectivity of FMR to agri-fisheries, facilities, and machinery. How about the query function? Here, you can search data such as name of barangay. For example, let's type poblacion. The map shows the existing roads in this barangay. Actually, there are more features of GeoAgri. Just visit www.geoagri.da.gov.ph. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention to the video presentation. Easy Level, Easy Farm, and GeoAgri are BAFE's innovation towards agri-fishery digitalization, and we're proud to share it with our stakeholders. I think we may now go to the question and answer. And I now give the floor to my colleague, Engineer Ronald Melvin Rosas. He will facilitate the question and answer session.
Hello? Rinig po ba ako? Sorry.
For our presentation this afternoon, so far there are messages of support in our chat in Facebook and here in Zoom, and then there are some technical difficulties and queries on the attendance. But for the with regards to the LLN, uh, some would like to know the effects of laser land leveling on an already established rice field. This is a query from the Facebook comment. We asked one of our speakers on this.
Engineer Rosas, may I request for you to introduce yourself? And is the question we will address to Dr. Wu? Or is
Uh, I think there is someone inquiring about the effects of laser land leveling on an already established rice field. May we ask the speaker if they answer this query? Hello.
the question was addressed to Dr. Wu?
Hello. Yes. The question is about.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, now I can unmute. Actually, I cannot hear the voice, the sounds. Can you repeat the question or you type on the chat box, please?
Question.
Yeah, I cannot hear you. The sounds through this Zoom is not very good to my end. So can you type the question there? I can answer. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure on the Facebook, but here is also multing myself. The sounds to us is not so good. Okay, I see the question here. What is the effect of laser line leveling on an already established rice field? Okay. Yes. Can you hear me? Can I respond to that question? Thank you. Okay, so the effect of laser line leveling on the established rice field, as I mentioned in the presentation. So laser line leveling eliminates the slope, so it levels the field with the surface parallel to the water surface. So it means that is we can reduce water stagnance. So to maximize the use efficiencies of agronomists inputs, saving water, saving fertilizer, and make the crop is more uniform or even quality. we reduce water stagnance. It means that is that we can easily to control the weed, so we can increase the yield and reduce the risk of lodging, so we can reduce post-harvest losses. And reducing stagnant water, so also reduce the risk of methane toxicity, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So with the practice we conducted in other countries like India, Vietnam, it proved that we can increase the yield about 5 to 10%, reduce post-harvest losses about 2 to 5%, and saving water about 20 to 40%. If saving water, so it means that we reduce the greenhouse gas emissions more than 20%. So hope that is answer your question. Thank you. Over to you, please. Is there another question? Can I also answer that? Hello. Okay. Thank you. So the question there is to optimize the benefits of laser land leveling. Is there a target land area for development? That is good. Talking about the conditions for mechanization, so we need a larger field to maximize the effectiveness of the machines running around. So on principle, so we can attach laser land leveling system with the small tractors such as 30 to 35 horsepower, or even the two-wheel tractors, the bigger tractors of more than 80 horsepower. And in some countries, so they are attached with around more than 600 horsepower, big tractors. That is on principles. But laser land leveling, we already conducted many comparisons, field trials, and laser land leveling just work efficiently. It means that economics, feasibility or visibility for the dry leveling, and at least more than 50 horsepower. So if very small field, so we can level the field and making the bund again. So that is the way to maximize the efficiencies of the field. The machines running in the field, so at least more than 500 meters square. But the laser land leveling is more than that. We can level the field together. Even it's not very different like a terrace field. So and then we can remake the bund for the farmers if they want to have the bund between the small bund between. So that is the benefits of laser land leveling and more advanced than the other agricultural machinery. And we just do one for 5 years. So in general, so if we can combine field together, at least half of hectares, so we can apply laser land leveling, and the economics. It will be economics. It means that we generate the positive net. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Another question for with regard.
Okay. I cannot hear you.
Any social preparations needed for laser land leveling?
Okay, very good question from the social side. Yeah, that one very good question. As I mentioned, so if you want to maximize the laser land leveling operation and management, I mean that like increasing the utilization effectiveness of laser land leveling and reduce leveling costs. So we can make an agreement with the farmer to do at the same time in order if their field in the same area not very different unevenness. So we can do at the same time. So that one will reduce leveling cost. So the things that to make the farmer agree together, that we need social preparation. For example, is to do some okay. So it, raise the farmer perception on laser land leveling. Helping them to learning alliance, like we work in several countries with the learning alliance approach between farmers and PPP, like a PPP platform, something like that. Thank you. Yeah.
Another question from Facebook chat from Rod Faith Agana. Is there a limitation or hindrances in using LLL?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. A lot of benefits already proven, but to be honest, and actually we can say that it's still difficult to make laser land leveling adopted in Southeast Asian country. The thing is investment and the laser land leveling cost is still high for the farmers. Laser land leveling cost high because the time of using laser land leveling is very short between the seasons. So the barriers are overall the barriers or the challenges or limitations of laser land leveling. We just need to do that one for 5 years. So the utilization time, for example, if 1 year we can use it about more than 60 days, so the service provider can earn some money. If less than that, they cannot earn any money. It means that it's from social side we need to promote more, and as long as the demand is increased, the farmers can pay or have some subsidy from the government, so that one we can increase the adoption of laser land leveling. That is a limitation, is laser land leveling cost. Another limitation is as mentioned, laser land leveling just work economically on the dry soil, so it needs maybe in some country just one season can do laser land leveling, and it really depending on the weather. It's a lot of rainy and wet soil, so we cannot do anything about laser land leveling. That is a limitation as well. Thank you.
There is maybe we can accommodate another 2 questions for this topic. There is another one by Abilita Madiam. Is it possible that the LLL is applicable to elevated areas?
The LLL again. Question again, please. LLL.
Is it possible that the LLL is applicable to elevated areas?
For elevated areas, okay, like a terrace view.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Laser land leveling very nicely fit or making the terrace view. So it can do the leveling the field is like a terrace. So level by level, and that one we need the expertise to design the field like a level by level. So at the same evenness for how you call that, floor by floor or level by level. So similar like a terrace field, but that one is a more benefits than rice field. Is it can help to reduce the erosions of the field. It can sustain the soil nutrients or it can reduce the soil degradation as well, erosions, degradation, etc. Thank you. Yeah.
And maybe the last question is also from Miss Abilita Madiam. How many areas can be consolidated to be considered it as an efficient technology, sir?
Again, the soil from your side is, I have some issues. Can you?
Sorry.
Yes.
How many areas can be consolidated so that it is can be efficient, efficiently used technology?
Okay. Yeah. How many areas? So it yeah. If we think about the target is leveling cost, the optimize effectiveness or efficiency of laser land leveling. So it depends. So usually it's if the areas, the blocks, the unevenness difference between the blocks of the areas higher than 50 centimeters, so we separate that blocks. And if lower than that, we can combine all the field areas to level at the same time, and then we can making the bund between the field. So that one is to make very nice field as we did in the Mekong River Delta of Vietnam. The farmer we are clear on that because they know that we are there. They have the bund, but we do together. So it leads to the optimized water management of the farmers together, benefit together. So that one really. The thing is the difference, the unevenness difference, not limited to how many areas. So yeah, and the availability of the machines. So if you have a one laser land leveling powered by more than 50 horsepower tractors, so that one is can do 1 hectare, 1 day per hectare. But you have a 10 laser land leveling system, so you can reduce the time. So around half day per hectare. So it means that if so possible you have a 50 hectares, so just to do around a month. Yeah.
Thank you very much for answering the questions in our Facebook chat. Maybe we can address all the questions in the chat later on after this webinar. Maybe through a frequently asked question fact sheet, or maybe we can share materials that can answer your question. Maybe we can start, Ms. Lastin, for our next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Rosas. What questions for the application? Is there any other questions in your topic? So as mentioned by Engineer Rosas, if there will be questions that our participants might realize later, you can also type your questions in the chat box and we'll just answer it. Okay. And also we will be giving, or as part of our promotion, we'll also be giving some materials. So you can just check on our Facebook page for more information about innovative digitalization activities and promotions of that. All right. Thank you again, Engineer Rosas. Now let's hear some reactions to the different applications from our location. First, to give his reaction, may we call in Undersecretary for Admin and Finance and also the chairperson of the digital agriculture upscaling of one DA task force. Yusef Rodan Gordon. You may now have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and wherever you may be, because as I understand, we have speakers or even guests from outside the country. So I would like to congratulate the newest member of the DA family, the Department of Agriculture family, the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering, on its 8th anniversary with this year's theme, tulay sa pagsulong ng modernisasyon ng agrikultura at pagingisda sa gitna ng pandemya. So, Director, are you there, Rico, and the entire BAFE family, please accept my warmest congratulations. So I will now proceed directly to my reactions. Now I would like to thank also Dr. Nguyen Van Hong of the International Rice Research Institute for his presentation on laser land labeling applications for smart farming. So as chair of the digital agriculture here in the department, I'm very glad that we have such a presentation. And now we have this forced partnership between ERI and BAFE. So this is the breakthrough. And with this, my greetings go along with Dr. Romeo Residi of ERI, our ERI Philippine representative. So as presented, this application will enable to increase the yield and farming efficiency, as mentioned by Dr. Hong. And this will sustain soil productivity, reduce carbon footprint, optimizing water management, and will support land consolidation and productivity, etc. So for centuries, agriculture remained unchanged. Farmers plowed their fields with the help of farm animals and irrigated them with using water and from nearby rivers. So in many emerging countries, such as in the Philippines, small farmers still use these centuries-old methods, which require limited skills. So innovation in agriculture started in in the 18th century, but we are fast tracking all the developments now in our country. That's why we have to modernize agriculture, and this is the main mandate of BAFE, by the way. So I thank you for making this technology available for Filipino farmers. We aim farming to become a high-tech operation. So GPS and autonomous tractors. We have inventors here in the Philippines. As we can have a separate discussion with that. And we have already compiled all of these gathered all of these technologies so that we can showcase this once and for all. Now, farming, as they say, is compared to matrix algebra. So a farmer must constantly juggle a set of variables such as the weather, his soil's moisture levels and nutrient content, competition to his crop from the weeds. And I have also read materials in this so-called variable rate application, wherein the soil salinity, moisture, and even landscape elevation were put into study, including the plant vigor. So agricultural machinery revolution give farmers the opportunity to increase the size of their farms and profit by utilizing tractors and crop-specific implements. We have this, what we call decision support system, and that is what we are trying to develop now in the department. And ERI, BAR, it has been mentioned a while ago that there is a BAR-funded project also with ERI as one of the implementers here. So it can help us to have this decision support system. Now, our department is embarking on one DA reform agenda. So we have these 18 key strategies, one of which is the technology and innovation, including technical agriculture, digital agriculture. So therefore, digital technology and innovations and the use of data analytics will be leveraged throughout the value chain as well as in logistics. The automated system will improve farm productivity and cut waste by using analytics to facilitate data-driven farming practices for small farmers. So this is really a source of our pride that BAFE has lived up to our expectations of a modern Philippine agriculture. The easy level, what's that presented a while ago? Easy farm, geo agri. Uh, these are all breakthroughs in the department. So all of your farm applications and technologies will be showcased in the whole of the country. So Director Rico and Mr. Tenorio, we have a lot to talk about. So with that, I thank everyone for inviting me here. Once again, congratulations and good afternoon.
Now, we'll hear another reaction from Dr. Romeo Lucide, Area and Representative and Second Secretary of Over to you, Dr. Romy.
Hi, hello, hello, hello.
Hi, sir.
Start. Okay, am I on? Well, good afternoon. Good day to Yusek Roldan Gorgonio, to Director Aridiar Rico, and Assistant Director Juana Tapel, and engineers there in the background, Arnel Tenorio, Christy Pulido, Mary Ann Lazatin, and other officials of BAFE. Now, of course, from IRI, I'd like to greet Martin Gumet and Dr. Nguyen Van Hung and all other colleagues. And all other attendees and to all other attendees of the webinar, it is a pleasure to greet you on this very special day. It's the 8th, only the 8th anniversary of the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering. And as Dr. Gorgonio has implied, it is the youngest bureau in the Department of Agriculture. Well, it may have come a little bit late, but it's never too late. Its creation comes as a recognition of the need for an agency that will nurture and promote science, technology, and engineering principles and practices for the modernization of agriculture and fisheries in this country. So we congratulate BAFE for its accomplishments in the last 8 years and wish it well as it leads in the use of engineering for the good of the sector. As we all know, as Yusek Gorgonio has described, digital agriculture is a hallmark of Secretary Dar's vision for modernizing Philippine agriculture. The use of digital technology should also lead to the development of precise, effective, and sustainable mechanization practices for our farmers in their quest for higher productivity and better incomes. And given the state of things, this is not a matter of choice. It is a matter of necessity. Digital technology pervades our daily lives. It is a matter of being able to harness and exploit its powers to our advantage. Now, Easy Level, Easy Farm, Easy Harvest are such examples of technologies. Thank you very much, Hung, for the presentation and for answering the questions afterwards. And we are very glad that IRI and BAFE have made the right decision to go into this partnership at the right time in promoting through the development of capacity building and training materials. We are most gratified that the project implementation and subsequently the outputs turned out well to the satisfaction of all the parties. Well, IRI has developed the technology and has the knowledge. BAFE can promote and scale them to good results. With this partnership as an initial effort, we hope that bigger and deeper collaboration can be forged in the near future. And IRI looks forward to working with BAFE and other DA agencies in promoting precision technologies in modernized farming and fishing sectors in the Philippines. Thank you and good day.
At this point, we'd like to invite everyone who hasn't done so to kindly fill out the attendance form through bit.ly/BAFE-webinar attendance or scan the QR code. And also, I'd like to request everyone to fill out also the evaluation form. bit.ly/BAFE-webinar evaluation day. All right. These forms are the basis for the issuance of certificate. This marks the end of the first half of our webinar. We thank Dr. Hu, Dr. Gummer, Engineer Gummer, Yusek Borgonio, and Dr. Lucide for their participation. We will now have a short break. A video presentation will be played. And when we come back, we will start the second part of the webinar entitled Devolution, Total Governance of Mechanization and Rural Infrastructure, which will be facilitated by Engineer Christine Cecilia Pinto, the Chief of the BAFE Programs and Projects Management Division. So stay tuned and we will be right back.
Bagong teknolohiya, subsidyo, patubig at infrastruktura. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Kwento ng bagong pananaw sa produksyon, malakas ang kooperasyon. Katuwang ng mga magsasaka, pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Kaalaman sa kabuhayan, sa negosyo, pahuhusayin ang kakayahan. Angkop at bagong teknolohiya, subsidyo, patubig at infrastruktura. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas
Ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isa sa mga pinakamahalagang sektor sa Pilipinas. Patuloy ang pagpapalago sa agrikultura upang magkaroon ng ating bansa ng sapat na supply ng pagkain at angat na serbisyo. Nakaagapay ang kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon upang mapalakas ang produksyon ng magsasaka at sa pagkamit ng masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Tayo po sa kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon ay nakatuon sa pagpapalakas ng sektor. Iba't ibang programa ang ating ipinatutupad upang maiangat ang pamamaraan sa agrikultura. Kabilang na po rito ang pagpapaunlad ng kaalaman, pamamahagi ng inputs, pinhi, kagamitang pansaka, makinarya, at mga pasilidad na nakatutulong sa
Hello again, everyone. So I would like just to repeat that we will proceed with the next part of the webinar, and we'll be discussing the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure. And Engineer Christy Cecilia Polido will facilitate the next part. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isa sa mga pinakamahalagang sektor sa Pilipinas. Patuloy ang pagpapalago sa agrikultura upang magkaroon ng ating bansa ng sapat na supply ng pagkain at angat na serbisyo. Nakaagapay ang kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon upang mapalakas ang produksyon ng magsasaka at sa pagkamit ng masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Tayo po sa kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon ay nakatuon sa pagpapalakas ng sektor. Iba't ibang programa ang ating ipinatutupad upang maiangat ang pamamaraan sa agrikultura. Kabilang na po rito ang pagpapaunlad ng kaalaman, pamamahagi ng inputs, pinhi, kagamitang pansaka, makinarya, at mga pasilidad na nakatutulong sa pag-unlad ng sakahan.
Patuloy na nakikipag-ugnayan ang ahensya sa mga magsasaka ng Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal at Quezon upang matukoy ang mga benepisyaryo at mapalangkas ang mga pangangailangan sa pagsasaka.
Nangunguna sa layunin ng ating ahensya ang mapalawig ang kakayahan at pamamaraan ng mga magsasaka sa sektor ng agrikultura.
Sinisigurado po natin na ang bawat programa ng ating tanggapan ay angkop at higit na makakatulong sa ating magsasaka bilang kaagapay ng sektor sa pagkamit ng sapat at masustansyang pagkain para sa lahat.
Sa pamamagitan po ng komprehensibong pagpaplano ng pagbili at pamimigay ng makinaryang pansaka, nakatutulong ang ating ahensya upang mapabilis ang gawaing pansaka, makabawas sa gastos at post-harvest losses, at lalo tigit ang mapataas ang kita ng bawat magsasaka.
Sa mga nagdaang taon,
nakapagbahagi na po tayo ng iba't ibang klase ng makinarya at kagamitang pangsaka.
Nakakatuwa nga po at marami na rin po naibigay na farm equipment ng ating pong Department of Agriculture, kagaya po ng corn harvester, vertical dryer natin. Napaka-importante po nitong mga machine po natin dito sa ating production kasi nalas na po yung labor force natin sa mga tao, napabilis na po natin yung mga activities po natin. Ito ay nagdagdag din ng income sa kanila, kumbaga nalas yung cost of production nila.
Mobile dryer. Sa ganitong tagulan, hindi nabubulok yung mais. Nagtitiis kami na mag-dry sa simento, sa kalsada. Pag inabot ng ulan, bulok. Yung corn harvester, isang napakalaking tulong. Ako tulad ko, dati ang aking taniman malawak. Ang tawahan ko 60 katao. Yung akin ay mano-mano manual. Sa corn harvester, 3 tao lang ang kailangan mo. Isang operator, 2 yung nagsasako. Unlike doon sa manual na mag-harvest ka ng 1 linggo na hindi pa tapos. Ilang katao yun. So malaki ang cost na nagsako ng bayad namin.
Malaki ang pakinabang namin yan. Kung anong hindi na kayo bibili ng diesel. Ay isang araw kumakain kami ng 8 liters. Sa isang hektarya ay yung pasira ng makina, yung panlangis.
Malaking bagay siya kasi di na sila magagamit ng gasolina. Sa mga malilit na farms na tulad nila,
malaki ang mamimenos namin.
Napakaganda ng pagtitinginan ng mga magbubukid at saka ng
kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa aming bayan. Sila po ang number 1 na tumutulong sa amin. Kailangan ang pagmamahal ng mga namumuno at ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating mga local government official. Kailangan yan ay pirming magkasama, yayakapin ang lahat ng problema na magbubukid at uunlad yung aming samahan.
Ang aming mga magsasaka ay sanay na po sa maraming teknolohiya sa pagsasaka. Combine harvester. Taong 2017, napagkalooban po kami ng isa, 8,000 kada hektarya. Kasi po sa private, 11,000 kada hektarya or 1,100 kada tanim isa. Ginawa po namin 8,000 kada hektarya. Napagkalooban kami ng 4-wheel drive tractor. During land preparation, nagagamit namin. During harvesting, siya po naman ay nagagamit pang transport. Halos lahat po ng makinarya na naipagkakaloob ng Department of Agriculture ay naipagkakaloob po sa bayan ng Siniluan.
Mas nagiging economical ang isang pagsasaka kung gagamit po tayo ng mga bagong makinarya tulad ng combine harvester. Na kung dati po, tayo po ay gumagastos ng higit 1,000 at ang dami pa pong tao natin binabayaran. Ngayon kung gumagamit tayo ng combine harvester, yung 600 lang po, yun lang po ang gastos namin. Napakalaking tipid po.
Speed, bumibilis ang trabaho, economical, mas malawak yung nagagawa, mas mura yung ating serbisyo, at yung kalidad ng produkto. So sa pamamagitan ng combine harvester at dryer, malaking tulong po yun.
Sa mga nakalipas na taon, naramdaman na ng mga magsasaka ang kahalagahan ng mga programang pang-agrikultura sa pagkakaroon ng legalidad, maayos at malagong industriyang pagsakahan. Upang marami pang mga magsasaka ang makinabang o makaalam ng programa at pagpapalakas ng mechanization sa agrikultura, naglulunsad din ng information caravan, webinars, programa sa radyo at sa pamamagitan ng pamahagi ng information, education, and communication materials.
Napakarami pong benepisyo at bentahin na maging kabahagi sa mga programa ng ahensya. Kaya naman po, hinikayat namin ang bawat Farmers Association, Farmers Cooperative, Irrigators Association, Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Organization, Universidad at Eskwelahang Pang-Agrikultura at mga hindi sakop sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund na magpadala o maging rehistrado.
Upang maging kwalipikado sa Mechanization Program ng Kagawaran, una, kinakailangan may konkretong plano sa paggamit ng kahihinging makinarya. Pangalawa, kinakailangan mayroong sakahan sa service area na akma sa kahihinging makinarya. Pangatlo, kasalukuyang kabahagi sa produksyon at pagpuproseso ng palay, mais, high-value crops, paghahayupan, manukan at organikong pagsasaka. Pang-apat, may kasalukuyang makatayong silungan o bodega para sa makinarya o may kakayahan magpatayo ng silungan o bodega.
Pang-lima, mayroong kakayahang gumamit at pangalagaan ay pinagkaloob ng mga makinarya. Pang-anim, kinakailangang mayroong talagang operator na may kakayahan at may kagustuhang sumailalim sa mga teknikal na pagsasanay na isasagawa ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka.
Hindi may tatangking malaki na ang ipinagbago ng industriya ng pagsasaka at marami na ang tulungan ng ahensya.
Kaya po layunin po namin madagdagan ang mga beneficiaryo na hindi pa naabot ng programa. Nais po din namin makapagbigay ng komprehensibong pagsasanay sa mga kakayahan ng mga magsasaka sa local government units at makapagpatayo ng agri-machinery service center.
Sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaisa at ugnayan ng mga magsasaka at ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka sa Calabarzon, napatunayan sa pagsama-sama at pagtutulungan ay kayang abutin ang masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Sa ating pagpupursigi at pakikipag-ugnayan ay hindi po malayo ating makakamit ang mas masaganang ani at mataas na kita para sa ating mga magsasaka. Patuloy nating palaganapin ang mekanisasyon at kapit-bisig nating harapin ang isang masaganang industriya ng pagsasaka.
Masaganang ani, mataas na kita, maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita, maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. 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 Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa.
Wala daw. Sa Zoom wala. Long voice sa Zoom.
Hindi ka nakamute.
Nakamute. Ay,
Ano ka nang wala mo lang ito niya. Di ba nakakalikin sa'yo? Hindi ka nang input na may
Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Dito. Baka naman ito.
yan yung mic.
Sound check.
Yan yung mic mo sa Zoom.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Ito po. Hanap ka ng pang hanap ka ng pang
Hello.
Taka lang, ma'am. Parang meron na yan, oh.
Ang layo mo lang sa mic. Okay lang yung gumagawa ng mic.
Mic ng laptop. Mic ng laptop na. Mic ng mic. Laptop na. Kasi narinig ko.
I-unplug ko ah. Hello. Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Sa Zoom?
Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Sa Zoom?
Parang ang layo mo talaga sa mic.
Nandito kasi. Pag ako nagsalita.
Rinig ka naman. Opo, matulog ka naman. Sige na, unmute ka mo. Huwag mo magsalita ka, Ustin. Sound check.
Dito yung speak. Dito yung mic. Dito yung mic. Hanapin mo yung tao.
Okay na po? Okay, mas malakas ang signal ko dito kaysa dun sa, sa microphone.
Diyan ka na lang. Diyan na lang yung mic mo.
Ano ba? Kaya nga na. Hindi na ako magma-microphone. Okay siya. Oo. Oo. Pero, okay na. Di ba okay? Okay ang siya sounds ko? Okay. So, hindi na ako magma-microphone. Okay na. Is my sounds okay?
Yes, Christy.
Oh, good afternoon,
Loud and-
Ma'am Nieva. Sige. Okay, start na
Afternoon.
tayo. Ako, excited na ako sa ating second segment.
Hi,
Ano?
Christy. Hi, Nieva.
Hi, sir.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you both. Hindi kayo tumatanda. Nag-anniversary lang.
Okay. Ang second part po natin ay usapang
Yeah.
matured.
Okay. Yeah.
Usapang matured.
Okay. Shall we start?
Okay, a pleasant afternoon po sa ating lahat. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Welcome to our second part of our webinar series for this afternoon. Welcome to our
Bafeans, ang ating mga bayaws, ang ating mga colleagues in the government, and also our friends from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I am Christy Pulido, your host for this afternoon webinar. But before we proceed, let me first thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we hope you will be joining us for the next 2 to 3 hours discussing a very important, very trending topic nowadays. I'm sure everybody's excited with the implementation of Mandana's Garcia ruling. So I hope you would be joining us for the rest of the afternoon. This is very important as we are gearing towards the implementation of Mandana's Garcia ruling come 2022. So this is a roundtable discussion on the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure. Okay. As most of us are aware, the implementation of Mandana's Garcia ruling this FY 2022 will be a game changer. As we prepare our FY 2022 annual budget, the DBM already issued National Budget Circular 138 and Local Budget Memorandum 82, both of which provide the guidelines for national government agencies and local government units relative to how are we going to prepare our budget for FY 2022 and how are we going to devolve those local projects. Moreover, President Duterte recently signed Executive Order 138, which mandates the full devolution of certain functions of the executive branch to local governments. With these issuances, the Department of Agriculture will scale down its implementation of devolved programs, projects, and activities, while the LGUs are expected to scale up as it fully and permanently be responsible for the funding and delivery of the functions which have been devolved to them under the 1991 Local Government Code. So today, we hope to have more clarity in the implementation and less apprehension officials of NEDA and departing our discussions, we have also invited local chief executives from the provinces of Negros Occidental and Davao del Norte and the municipality of Umingan, Pangasinan. Of course, they will be sharing with us what would be their challenges in the agriculture sector that they will face in the local level once we implement the Mandanas-Garcia ruling next year. So I'm sure all of us are excited now. So let's start the ball rolling. We have really invited high-level officials from our national government agencies. So let's start with our director from NEDA, Andres. So our first resource person joined the government right after completing her undergraduate degree at the University of the Philippines, Manila, Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences. She also earned her Master's of Public Administration at the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance and a Diploma in Development Studies in Massey University in New Zealand. Before being appointed as Director of NEDA, ANRES, or Agricultural, Natural Resources and Environment Staff, she heads the Program Monitoring and Evaluation Office here in the Department of Agriculture. As the current head of the NEDA ANRES, she oversees the agriculture and fisheries sector and matters pertaining to the environment and natural resources. Friends, let us welcome Director Nieva Natural of NEDA ANRES for her opening statement.
Greetings and happy 8th anniversary to the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering of the Department of Agriculture. And greetings also to my former colleagues in DA, Christy. I saw Asek Christy earlier. Sino pa bang nandito? I spent almost 3 decades in DA. That's why marami akong kakilala dyan. So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the National Economic and Development Authority, it is my pleasure to be with you in this roundtable discussion on the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructures as part of your agency's virtual celebration. So Christy, shall I continue with the presentation?
Yes, please, Director Nieva.
Okay, sige. Next slide, please. My presentation will be divided into 6 parts: challenges in the sector, alignment with the national and regional plans, the legal basis of devolution, the roles of DA-BAFE and LGUs on the devolution, monitoring and evaluation mechanism, and the proposed local agriculture development program. Next slide, please. As identified in many versions of the Philippine Development Plan, as well as various
recorded.
assessments and studies, some of it were led by NEDA, long-standing issues persist in the agriculture and fisheries sector and face some emerging challenges, and some of these are as follows. First is low farm mechanization and inadequate post-harvest facilities that result in lower production efficiency and high post-harvest, which contribute in higher cost of production, and thereby making the agri and fishery sector products less competitive in the market, both domestic and in the global market. Note that the official data shown on the screen is a bit dated, not a bit, 10 years late, 2011, 2021 na ngayon, no? And it just shows that there is a need to update such as soon as possible. This one was authored by De La Cruz, RSM, and S. Bobier, a study in 2013 which is entitled Determination of the Available Power for Utilization in Agricultural Mechanization for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization. As you can see in the screen, the Philippines is at the level of 1.23 as compared to Vietnam's 1.56 and China's 4.1. But like I said earlier, this is 2011. The numbers could have changed much already. Second challenge is limited connectivity that will link production areas and markets that lead to higher costs due to additional expenditures in handling, transport, or logistics, as well as higher post-harvest losses due to longer time it takes for the products to get from the farm to reach the markets. Third is inadequate irrigation service coverage vis-a-vis the total irrigable area. However, we note that there are currently various proposed undertakings or measures on small and or communal irrigation systems which are under the purview of local governments now with the devolution. And fourth, another study in 2019 confirmed the outmigration in agriculture to industry and service sectors, especially among the young and educated workers. Beginning 2012 up to 2019, net employment in Philippine agriculture, hunting, and forestry sector has been on a downtrend as more workers had moved out of the sector than workers staying in or moving into agriculture. Agricultural employment loss was observed in 15 out of the 17 regions in the country that was covered by the study. These challenges are compounded by the vulnerability of the sector to the impacts of climate and disaster risks, which are detrimental to small farmers and fisher folk. Improving rural infrastructures and intensifying the adoption of modern production technologies can contribute in addressing these challenges. In view of the devolution, LGUs have now the greater responsibility and opportunity to address such, considering they are the ones present at the localities and have much larger financial resources due to the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas case, which will start next year. Next slide, please. The PDP, or the Philippine Development Plan, and Regional Development Plans. The NEDA leads the preparation of national and regional development plans, which serve as the blueprint for the agri and fishery sector and the local plans. The strategies stipulated in these plans are designed to help address the challenges in the sector, as mentioned earlier. The regional development councils play a big role in approving the RDPs. Further, it has a project monitoring arm called the Regional Project Monitoring Committee, which is responsible for monitoring and evaluation of priority programs and projects implemented in the region, particularly those encountering implementation bottlenecks and those projects worthy for replication, and forward monitoring reports and recommendations generated during the problem-solving sessions for information and appropriate action. Other national plans, aside from PDP, are the National Irrigation Master Plan of NIA and the FMRNP of DA. There are also counterpart local plans that are aimed at more effective delivery of devolved services. NEDA and the national NEDA regional offices at the regional level may provide resource persons in the drafting and finalization of local development plans, particularly on ensuring the alignment with national priorities and strategies. Next slide. So this shows the strategic framework for Chapter 8 on expanding economic opportunities in agri, forest, fisheries, and forestry, and ensuring food security. In view of the country's experience with COVID-19 pandemic and the goal of achieving a healthy and resilient Philippines, Chapter 8 strategic framework was updated or revised as presented in the slide. The sector is contributing to the pagbabago pillar, particularly on expanding opportunities across regions. You may note that agriculture and fisheries infrastructure and mechanization interventions are responsive to all three sector outcomes for Chapter 8. These interventions are aligned with strategies under two subsector outcomes, shown here in pink boxes. Subsector outcome 1.2, which is development and adoption of modern climate and disaster resilient production technologies intensified, and subsector outcome 2.1, access to digitally supported value chains. Next slide. Under subsector 1.2 and 2.1, strategies highlighted in red font pertain to infrastructure development and mechanization. With devolution, LGUs will play a greater responsibility of implementing these projects and interventions aligned with such strategies. So included are irrigation development, fishery machineries, equipment, and the like, and provision of efficient transport and logistics systems to link production areas to markets, to facilitate unhampered movement of goods. Next slide. It was mentioned earlier that the legal basis of devolution rests with the Local Government Code of 1991. Later on, in 2013, the Agriculture and Fisheries Mechanization Law was passed, and this law mandates the Agricultural Engineering Division or section of the agriculture offices in the LGUs to serve as the planning, coordinating, regulating, and implementing bodies at the provincial, city, and municipal levels on agricultural and fisheries engineering, mechanization, and infrastructure programs and projects. To effectively carry out such functions, the Agri-Engineering Division of the local government units and the Agri-Engineering section in the municipal agri offices are strengthened and institutionalized into the organizational structure of the local government units, and if not yet existing, shall be created in the particular LGUs. Third is the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas-Garcia case. The Supreme Court ordered that all collections of national taxes, except those accruing to special purpose funds and special allotments for the utilization and development of the national wealth, should be included in the computation of the base of the just share of the LGUs. Starting next year, several government services will be fully devolved to the LGUs. Hence, they are expected to assume broader responsibilities along with the substantial increase of their share from the national taxes. EO 138, series of 2021, the functions should be fully devolved to LGUs as stipulated in RA 7160 and other existing laws no later than the end of fiscal year 2024. To achieve such, the national government is committed to developing the capabilities of LGUs to deliver these basic social services and critical facilities, increase productivity, and promote local economic growth. This should be reflected in the devolution transition plan of the Department of Agriculture as the mother government agency of BAFE. Next slide. Now we go into the details of the roles on the devolution. The DA-BAFE, with your technical knowledge and expertise, the BAFE shall play a vital steering role in setting the national policy and service delivery standards and conducting capacity development interventions for LGUs on agri and fisheries engineering with possible assistance from the agriculture engineering divisions in the DA regional field offices. Particularly, we suggest the following critical roles that should be performed by BAFE. One is on management information systems. In close collaboration with LGUs, the existing MIS, such as the Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering Management Information System, or ABEMIS, that also includes the Integrated Road for Agricultural Development, or IROAD, may be further improved and updated regularly as comprehensive basis for the national government in decision-making and direction setting for the development of the infrastructure and farm mechanization at the local level. Specifically, this MIS can serve as strategic targeting mechanisms for the identification and prioritization of agri and fisheries engineering interventions. So we'd like to commend BAFE for this initiative. You are in the right track on this. Second, on capacity building of LGUs, the BAFE will provide technical assistance and implement holistic training programs and activities for local agriculture offices, particularly its agricultural engineering divisions and units at all levels of LGUs. Capacity building intervention should be tailored based on particular needs of the LGUs and may cover subject areas on planning and preparation of engineering plans, design and specifications, and its subsequent procurement for projects and enforcement of standards and other regulatory policies. May we remind that the devolution transition measures of BAFE should be harmonized with the measures of other DA bureaus and national offices and should be detailed in the DA's devolution transition plan. On the other hand, the LGUs should closely coordinate and collaborate with DA-BAFE to ensure that LGUs will be capacitated for them to perform the devolved functions related to agri and fisheries infrastructure more efficiently. On prioritization, the LGUs should be encouraged to include the agri and fisheries sector, including mechanization and rural infrastructure, in the development priorities of the LGUs to ensure that the sector would not be left behind in the local development process. This can be achieved by providing sufficient budgetary allocation from their respective era for agri and fisheries projects and interventions and hiring competent staff in the local agriculture offices. A proposed legislation on institutionalizing a local agricultural development program is pending in the Senate to empower the agri and fisheries sector amidst the devolution. This will be discussed in the next slide. So for monitoring and evaluation, the RPMC has yet to finalize the discussions on the M&E of projects at the LGU level. However, it is gearing towards full activation of the local project monitoring committees, considering the full devolution will start next year. Then the LGU shall report project accomplishments to the Regional Development Council. For projects that are regional in scope or inter-province or inter-regional projects, including ODA funded and PPP projects, these shall also be monitored by the RPMC. This is the Local Agricultural Development Program, which is contained in Senate Bill 1138. It aims to strengthen the participation of local government units and empower them in developing the agri and fisheries industries in the countryside. The salient features are: one, to institutionalize an LADP and mandate the allocation of a minimum of 10% of the annual IRA to agri and fisheries development. Second, professionalize the position of agriculturists in the LGUs, including the creation of regular plantilla positions to facilitate more efficient and effective delivery of extension services to farmers and fisherfolk. And lastly, create a Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Development in the Local Government Legislative Council to address legislation related to all agri and fisheries development and protection matters. That's it. Thank you. Back to you, Christy.
Thank you, Ma'am Nieva. Thank you po, Director Natural. Actually, you have touched on important aspect of the devolution, especially on monitoring, evaluation, and alignment of national and local plans. For those who have recently joined, Director Natural showed us that what are our commitments under the Philippine Development Plan, and are we going to achieve it with the devolution that would start in 2022. So perhaps we're going to discuss further the alignment of our national and local plans. We could ask those questions to our LGUs later on, and of course, she also highlighted the vertical integration and horizontal integration coordination between and among agencies. Salamat po, Director Natural. We'll get back to you later on. And now, let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is very active in communicating the devolution to various social engagements. She currently heads the Bureau of Local Government Development of the Department of the Interior and Local Government. Her office leads the development and formulation of policies and programs for the capacity development of LGUs. In particular, she supervises several programs to enhance capacities of local government for greater autonomy, to pursue local economic development, and to encourage good performance through a performance incentive program such as ease of doing business and improving competitiveness of LGUs, performance challenge fund, rationalizing local planning and mainstreaming DRR and CCA in local development planning, gender responsive local governance, among others. She holds a bachelor degree in statistics and a master's degree in public administration, major in local and regional government from the University of the Philippines. Friends, let's welcome our next speaker, Director Annalisa Bonagua of DILG, Bureau of Local Government Development, for her opening statement. Ma'am?
Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Happy anniversary to BAFE. Congratulations. For my opening statement, well, una sa lahat, the Supreme Court ruling is another milestone in our nation's continuing journey towards genuine local autonomy and empowerment. So the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia petition clarifies, if not corrects, the basis for the computation of the local government unit share from the national taxes. It states that the LGU have a share in all national taxes and not just to be confined to the national internal revenue taxes. It therefore strengthened fiscal decentralization. The ruling is also in line with the declared policy of the state on decentralization and promoting the principles of subsidiarity as espoused by the Local Government Code of 1991. Beginning 2022, the local government units will have more resources to help them provide for the services or the devolved services to their constituents. And moving forward, the public can expect better services from our local government units to be more responsive to their needs. And national government, on the other hand, can assume more of the steering function and focus on the more macro and strategic priorities to address the country's continuing development issues. The implementation of the Supreme Court ruling and the EO that actually authorized the implementation will also require the updating of the LGU capacity and human resource competency to be able for them to effectively carry out their roles and responsibilities given the additional fiscal capacity. The ruling also necessitates strengthened coordination between national and local government units to ensure systematic alignment and harmonization of national and local priorities. And likewise, it will require strengthened and continuous capacity building, technical assistance, guidance, and even monitoring by national government agencies, especially technical line agencies such as DA, Department of Agriculture, to provide guidance on new technologies, on innovations in agriculture, and also for unified action and coordinated efforts among local government units towards agricultural productivity. So yun muna siguro for the, as my opening statement. We can answer the questions later on.
Thank you, Director Panagua. Nung nagsa-search po ako, Director, ng mga ng mga videos about Mandanas, I often see your face. Mukhang kayo ang isa sa mga faces behind the explanation of devolution. Anyway, looking forward po kami to for your explanation more on what DALG is doing to assist also the LGUs and linking them with the national government agencies like DA. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, for our next speaker, is a graduate of BS in Economics from Philippine University of the Philippines in 2007. He then pursued a master's degree in public administration and finished this course in 2013 in his alma mater. He rose from the ranks in the Department of Budget and Management as he started his government service as budget and management analyst in 2008 until he reached his present position as OIC Director of Local Government and Regional Coordination Bureau in 2019. He was part of the project teams that developed various public financial management tools for the LGU, such as Public Financial Management Assessment Tool for LGUs, Budget Operations Manual for LGUs, among others. His other significant work-related functions and outputs include the preparation of local budgeting and expenditure management policies for implementation of LGUs and administration of allocations to LGUs under the General Appropriation Act. He also served as resource person in the capacity building for LGU personnel on matters related to local budgeting and expenditure management. Friends, let us welcome Director John Aris Makaspak of the DBM Local Government and Regional Coordination Bureau for his introductory statement. Director Makaspak.
Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. So before can I present, even just for, it will just be a 5-minute presentation, very brief presentation lang.
Okay po,
so,
sir.
Can you please allow my colleague, Ms. Pauline, to share her screen. But before that, allow me to congratulate the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering for celebrating its 8th founding anniversary. And we would like to thank the BAFE for giving us an opportunity to share some updates about our efforts related to the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia case. This is usually a 1-hour presentation, but let me try to compress it to 5 minutes. Next slide. Okay, so for the information of everyone, I'm sure you are already aware of the implementation of the Mandanas ruling. So it's a decision of the Supreme Court about the manner on how we should compute the then internal revenue allotment shares of LGUs, which, by the way, starting 2022, will already be referred to as the national tax allotment. And this is a constitutional share that is provided under the 1987 Constitution and implemented under Section 284 of the Local Government Code of 1991. So the implication of the Mandanas ruling, before under the Local Government Code, we only compute the IRA as already mentioned by the Director Anna, based only on national internal revenue taxes. But in view of the Supreme Court decision on the petitions filed by Governor Mandanas and the late Governor Enrique Garcia, we will already start computing the NTA based on all national taxes and not only on the national internal revenue taxes as mandated under the Local Government Code of 1991. So essentially, as a result of the computation of the adjustment in the computation of the NTA shares of LGUs, lalaki po yung NTA ng LGUs. So as shown on this slide, before, when it was based only on national internal revenue taxes, kinukuha pa natin yung mga national internal revenue taxes lang. And then we allocate the 40% share of the LGU and the 60% share of the national government. But after the Mandanas ruling is implemented, as shown on the right pie chart, we will already we will already compute the share of the LGU based on all national taxes. So it will no longer be confined only to national internal revenue taxes based on Section 284. In essence, this implementation of the Mandanas ruling will result to more fiscal resources on the part of the local government units and a concomitant decrease in the fiscal resources available to the national government. So that is the fiscal implication. Next slide. So how do we mitigate that fiscal implication? As you know, the measure pursued by the national government is to fully devolve the functions and services to the local government units, basically for several reasons. Number one is to ensure fiscal sustainability. That is the ultimate reason why we decided to fully devolve the services and functions already to the local government units. And the devolution should be made consistent with Section 17 of the Local Government Code of 1991. So under the Local Government Code of 1991, clear na po yan, the function of each level of local government unit. Then we also see this devolution measure as something that will strengthen the local fiscal autonomy of the local government units, and hopefully this will also be a measure to put an end to the long-withstanding problem of duplication of responsibilities and financing between the national government and the local government units. Next slide. So to smoothly implement the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia case, the Office of the President issued Executive Order number 138 directing the full devolution of certain functions of the executive branch to the local government units. And this was issued only last June 1, 2021. Essentially, these are the salient features of the draft Executive Order. So number one is the delineation of functions and responsibilities between the national government and local government units. Before, even if certain functions and services have already been devolved to the local government units under Section 17 and other pertinent laws, many of these services and functions are still continuously provided by the national government agencies, citing the lack of fiscal and technical capability of the local government units. So because of the fiscal impact of the Supreme Court ruling on the national government specifically, well, the fiscal impact, kung ano man po yung maging increase in the NTA shares of LGUs, that will be the tantamount decrease in the fiscal resources available to the national government. So if there is a 200 billion increase in the NTA, that will be the tantamount decrease in the resources of the national government. So we have identified full devolution, and here we want to identify already or delineate the roles and responsibilities of the national government and the local government units. So for the national government, its main function is to set the national policy, to develop a strategy, and prescribe the service delivery standards, and to assist, oversee, and supervise the local government units, complementary to the strong implementing roles that the local government units, on the other hand, are expected to assume. So by reason of devolution, the local government units are expected to be primarily responsible in the delivery of the devolved services and functions. On the part of the national government, more of steering policy na lang instead of rowing, as we have mentioned in National Budget Memorandum number 138 or the National Budget Call for 2022. The second salient feature of the executive order is the preparation of the devolution transition plans, both by the national government agencies and the local government units. So under the EO, the national government agencies are directed to prepare and submit their respective DTPs to the Department of Budget and Management for evaluation and approval within 120 days after the effectivity of the executive order. Essentially, the devolution transition plans of the national government agencies should contain the specific functions and services which have been devolved or to be devolved and the corresponding LGU to which they will be devolved based on the Local Government Code of 1991, as well as the phasing or strategy for devolution to the local government units, taking into consideration, among others, the growth strategies, the resources, and the capacity of the local government units, taking into consideration the experiences and assessment by the national government agencies. The second component of the devolution transition plans of the national government agencies is the definition of standards, including the minimum costing, the scope and the quality of services. Then we also have the strategy for capacity development for local government units, the framework for monitoring and performance assessment, and the organizational changes or the organizational effectiveness proposal, as we may call it in the Department of Budget and Management. Now, on the part of the LGUs, they are also mandated to prepare their respective devolution transition plans. And those DTPs of the LGUs will serve as a guide on the monitoring and performance assessment of the LGUs by the national government agencies, including the Department of Budget and Management and the DILG. The third salient feature is the creation of a committee on devolution. So basically, the national government agencies and the LGUs are all represented here. The members from the national government agencies are the oversight agencies, the DBM and the DILG as co-chairs. Then we also have the executive secretary, the NEDA secretary, and the DOF secretary as members, and all the presidents of the leagues of LGUs are members. So essentially, one important function of the Committee on Devolution is the resolution of issues and concerns that may arise in the devolution of functions and services to the local government units. I think the Mandanas case happened because of primarily lack of coordination and communication between the national government and local government units to thresh out some of the issues arising in the implementation of the decentralization and devolution. But with the creation and delineation of the functions of this Committee on Devolution, we are looking forward that we will be able to avoid already the possible issues and concerns that may arise between the national government and local government units. Then we also have the institutionalization or establishment of a growth equity fund, which is intended to address the problem of marginalization, unequal development, and high poverty incidents across the different levels of local governments. This growth equity fund is actually intended to cover the funding requirements of the programs, projects, and activities of the poor, disadvantaged, and lagging local government units to gradually enable them to fully and efficiently implement the functions and services that will be devolved to them under the executive order. So basically, alalayan muna yung mga LGUs that are really poor and do not have the fiscal capacity to implement certain programs and projects. Next slide. Okay, capacity development for local government units. So in view of the devolution of certain functions from the national government agencies, capacity development agenda for LGUs will be formulated, and it should be based on the assessment framework and guidelines to be issued by the Local Government Academy of the Department of the Interior and Local Government. And of course, they shall be guided by the capacity development for local government units as will be contained in the devolution transition plans of the national government agencies concerned. So among the agencies that will play vital role in the implementation of the capacity development for LGUs, the LGA, of course, the Local Government Academy, the Development Academy of the Philippines, and then the oversight agencies like the Bureau of Local Government Finance for Revenue Generation and Fiscal Management, the Department of Budget and Management with regard to planning, budgeting and expenditure management, the DILG sa planning, tutulong din po sila, and dun sa administrative matters of planning the local government units, basically it's the DILG. And for planning, we have also the National Economic and Development Authority or NEDA. And then the other agencies, of course, like the DA, For the agricultural sector, you are expected to provide capacity development programs for local government units, and that should be reflected in your devolution transition plan. Next is the roles of the local government units. So it is also mandated under the EO. So what are the different roles of the local government units? Number one is for them to prepare their respective devolution transition plans. It is provided under sections 5 and 10 of the executive order. Then the preparation of a capacity development agenda, which, as I have mentioned earlier, should be guided by the strategy for capacity development of LGUs as contained in the devolution transition plans of the NGAs. And it should also be based on the local development trust of the LGU and their performance goals and objectives. Third is the development of communications plan and strategy. So together with the national government, the LGUs are also expected to prepare and develop their own communications plan and strategy. Next is the concomitant strengthening of planning, investment programming, and budgeting linkage. I think this is also a very important component of the devolution in order to ensure the alignment of the priorities, plans, investment programs, and budget of the national government vis-a-vis those of the local government units and the respective regional development plans of each region. So there is also this provision under the EO, and we have ongoing efforts together with the DILG and DBM and NEDA to implement this strengthening of planning, investment programming, and budgeting, both at the national and the local level. Also, we cannot just set aside the importance of the institutionalization of monitoring and evaluation system. So may mga provisions din po dyan, and we will implement those M&E systems, especially on the part of the national government agencies that will also be part of your function over the local government units. Then lastly is the options for the affected national government agency personnel. So they will have these options. I think it is important for you, being national government agencies, to know these options in case you are considered as an affected personnel of the devolution. So to the extent authorized by civil service laws, rules, and regulations, you will have these options. Number one, for the personnel to be transferred to the other units or offices within the agency. So from DA, pwede po kayong tumipat within the other or to the other offices or units within DA. And you can also transfer to the other departments within the executive branch. So if you are qualified, pwede kayo sa DPWH, sa Social Welfare and Development, sa DOLE, and to all other national government agency where you are qualified. Third is, of course, to avail of the retirement benefits and separation incentives provided under the executive order. And in case you get separated from the national government agency, you will also have the option to transfer to vacant positions in local government units. And if you are absorbed by the LGU, you will be considered as a new entry to the civil service, and you will be subject to the salary schedule and compensation system being implemented by the LGU that will absorb you. So that is one option. Now, may magtanong, what will happen now to the job order and contractual personnel in the departments and the agencies who were hired for the implementation of devolved functions? Well, we are setting up a mechanism to identify all those personnel who are willing to be absorbed by the local government units, and we intend to provide the local government units with this list so that the local government units can benefit from the experiences and technical expertise of this contractual personnel of the national government agencies. So to ensure the smooth, fair, orderly, and transparent implementation of these options for the affected personnel, the DBM and the DILG, in coordination with the Civil Service Commission, will issue the necessary guidelines. So yun po yung in a nutshell. I tried as much as possible to make my presentation brief. So in a nutshell, those are the salient features of the executive order. Next slide. Okay, so what are the next steps and ways forward? So in 2021, with the issuance of the executive order, we will be issuing the implementing rules and regulations of the EO. So we intend to issue it before July 2, which is the deadline for the issuance of the IRR. Then conduct of inception workshops with the national government agencies, the LGU League representatives, and the members of the technical working group. So these inception workshops are intended to ensure the strong alignment, the synergy, and co-ownership of the goals of the devolution transition effort among the NGAs and the local government units, basically the stakeholders. Then the submission, or the preparation and submission of the transition plans, both by the national government agencies and LGUs, is also expected to commence in 2021. The implementation of communications plan and strategy, the development of framework for performance assessment of devolved functions, the strengthening of capacities of national government agencies, especially in the area of monitoring and coaching functions. So you are expected to provide technical assistance to the local government units. And we want to strengthen that already within 2021. So that when 2022 comes, you are already ready in providing technical assistance. Of course, we have this is a continuing effort, the rendering of capacity building activities for LGUs, which will be done through the local government academy, the DAP, the BLGF, and the national government agencies concerned. I think that's the last portion of my presentation. Tama ba? Okay, so in case you have concerns, we can address them, I think, later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Salient features of EO-138. Kailangan po para malaman tungkol dito sa 138, EO-138, but nonetheless, thank you. I'm sure also marami na po ang gustong magtanong. Some may be relieved that there are options for personnel who would be affected by the implementation of this Mandanas-Garcia ruling, but perhaps we could discuss more later on. Doon sa pong mga ibang features ng ating EO-138. Discussant. Our next speaker is he's an agricultural engineer by profession who graduated from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños in 1996. In 2019, he was awarded with Outstanding UPLB Alumni Award for Rural Development and Governance in recognition of his valuable contributions to the advancement of technology in agriculture sector that have cascaded into better policy strategies and procedures in rural development and engagement with LGUs. Friends, let us welcome the Assistant Secretary for Operations of the Department of Agriculture, Engineer Arnel de Mesa, for his introductory comments on devolution. ASEC?
Thank you, Ms. Christie. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. The Department of Agriculture recognizes the Mandana-Garcia ruling, which held in bid finality, among others, that the just share must be computed and sourced from all national taxes and not just from national internal revenue taxes, with the adjusted amounts to be given to local government units starting the 2022 budget. Consequently, the funds allocated for the devolved programs and services under the budgets of the national governments are expected to be significantly reduced starting the fiscal year 2022 budget cycle. In spite of the fact that the NGAs, especially the Department of Agriculture, are expected to assume more strategic and steering functions to address persistent development issues. Notwithstanding the present challenges for the Philippine agriculture sector, from volcanic eruption, infectious animal diseases, crop pest infestations, climate change, a viral pandemic that resulted into a health crisis, to falling prices of staples, and then finally with the series of typhoons in the last quarter, the Philippines continues to commit with its obligation under the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations to end hunger and to achieve food security as a matter of priority, for which this department is primarily enjoined to uphold. As a matter of national security, the basic mandate of the DA through its bureaus and attached agencies and regional field offices is to ensure food security for the citizenry. The DA's role is critical in assuring enough supply of agri-fishery products to every Filipino. In preparation for the devolution transition plan and focusing on the issues related to mechanization and infrastructure, which we will be discussing this afternoon, the department has identified several functions under its PAF, irrigation, and FMR, which have been identified as devolved functions to the local government units under Section 17 of Republic Act 7160 or the Local Government Code. We believe that this should be unbundled considering the provision on the Executive Order number 138 Section 2, Part B, which states that services with little or no benefit spillover are best administered and financed by low-level government, for example, distribution of machinery at municipal level, and provision of goods and services that involve economies of scale is best assigned to a higher level of government. For example, establishment of rice processing complex at provincial level, construction of inter-provincial sweep at the regional level. We also believe that LGU structure, technical and financial capability, readiness, and planning and monitoring of LGUs should also be assessed. We mean carefully assessed in relation to these provisions. We also need to look at the amount that will be distributed to every municipal, provincial, local government units, as there may be disparity in the amount and as well as in the implementation. We also know that it's not only the agriculture that is a devolved agency. We have the social services, we have the health sector, and other services that are devolved. So we need to carefully look at all these provisions. We believe that many of the current functions of the department are consistent with the existing and more recent laws, and therefore there could be other functions that should not be fully devolved considering the above mentioned provisions. So lastly, we would like to thank the BAFE and congratulate them for this discussion, roundtable discussion, and in the celebration of their 8th anniversary. Magandang hapon at maraming salamat.
Thank you, ASEC, for your opening statement. Let's move on to our questions. In case po na our speakers also have additional comments on the responses of our speakers, please inform me that you also would like to share some of your ideas. And since si ASEC Arnel po ang nahuli, perhaps I could throw to him yung first question po natin na nanggaling din po sa ating mga sa ating mga kasamahan din po sa BAFE. ASEC, can you hear me? We would be devolving our station, rural infrastructure, and other infrastructure in agriculture. In the first, when we devolve local extension before, we have prepared any strategies such that, ay, choppy po ako.
Yeah, okay na.
And that is ASEC. Okay na po. Since we see the challenges that the extension activities of agriculture, do we have any strategies that this time around we would be successful in devolving irrigation, mechanization, and other rural infrastructure? Have we come up with some of the strategies such that the lessons learned would be ASEC?
Anyway, medyo yung ibang part, Chappy, but I will try to understand the questions. Actually, maraming strategies ngayon na ginagawa ang department. We are focusing on 3 major strategies. One is the province-led agricultural and fishery extension system, whereby it will be our platform for the Mandanas Garcia ruling Camp 2022. And secondly is the farm clustering and consolidation, farm and fishery clustering consolidation, as well as the promotion of agribusiness corridors and areas. So, ang malaki rito is yung PAFES, the Province-led Agriculture and Fishery Extension System again. Sa system na to, we would want that the local government units and the Department of Agriculture to be partner in the implementation of activities. Actually, we are already starting it now. We are piloting it in every region, one province per region, so as to ensure that there will be collaboration between the local government units. And we will be using the budget of the DA for next year, 2022, as a leverage to commit our partner local government units in the implementation of projects. So we will be ahead in the implementation of projects. Sisimulan na po natin yon para ma-ensure natin come 2024, where, as per the Executive Order number 138, when the full devolution will be in full effect, that the local government units will be ready to undertake a bigger role in the implementation of agriculture and fishery sub-projects. We are also putting in place necessary projects and programs like the solar-powered irrigation project. It will be an efficient system na masisimulan po natin sa mga local government units. So when they undertake now the small-scale irrigation projects, they will begin with very efficient and effective small-scale irrigation projects rather than starting from, halimbawa, yung mga diesel-based or diesel-run na mga irrigation projects which are very costly and very difficult to manage. So these are some concrete starting points for the Department of Agriculture as we embrace Mandana's ruling together with our goal of farm mechanization. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. I think our strategies in DA are all consistent with what DBM, DILG has been mentioning, that we need to really closely coordinate with the LGUs in terms of implementing our agricultural projects. Okay, thank you, ASEC. ASEC, I think Director Makaspak has mentioned that there would be some personnel that would also be affected by the devolution. Do you foresee any reduction in our manpower po sa DA with the devolution of some of our functions?
Definitely, if there will be reduction in the budget and there will be full devolution of activities to local government units, we can expect, especially on the side of the extension or trainings, the side of operations, definitely there will be changes in the personnel service, but it will be up to discussions because, as I mentioned earlier, we cannot sacrifice as well our goal to feed the Filipino people if there will be drastic changes or drastic, we can call it movement, negative movement in terms of our harvest and yield. So we should take second and third look and all the consequences of the Mandanas Garcia rule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ASEC. Moving on, may we request Director Bonagua. ASEC Arnel had mentioned that there should be a close coordination with the LGU. I guess DILG would play a big role on it. What can we see, Director, as strategies of DILG in coordinating national government agencies with the local government, especially in the preparation of the devolution transition plan? How are we going to ensure that those plans prepared by NGAs and LGUs will be in sync together, Director? Director, nakamute po kayo. Director, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Opo, narinig po yung question?
Yeah.
Narinig po ninyo? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The DILG, in coordination with the oversight agencies, especially DBMs as lead, no? DBM, NEDA, and DOF have been preparing for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling since last year. And we have been conducting several policy consultations with all our stakeholders, no? With the national agency, ang dami nating consultation, as well as with the leagues of the whole government units, and even directly sa mga LGUs through the local chief executives. One policy already approved by the Office of yun nga, yung 138, providing for the general guidelines for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling. Currently, DILG together with DBM is formulating the guidelines for the preparation of the LGU Devolution Transition Plan. And we are actually at the final stage. No? We went through several consultations with the oversight agencies. And now, last week, we had a consultation with the LGU PICs, and we're just finalizing for the issuance. Specified in the LGU Devolution Transition Plan is the transitioning and the full absorptions of local government units of their devolved function based on Section 17 of the Local Government Code, as well as other laws passed after the Local Government Code. And in the preparation of their transition plan, they should have a close coordination with the line agencies, specifically DA, on the activities or on the functions that DA may probably devolve. And therefore, local government units should eventually absorb or fully assume from 2022 until 2024. So these are the things that we are currently doing. In terms of capacity building, the DILG under the EO has been tasked to harmonize and coordinate capacity building interventions for local government units through the Local Government Academy. And they are now working with the different national government agencies to identify the capacity building efforts and strategies by NGAs for harmonization, as well as upon submission of the LGUDTPs, which will also contain the capacity building requirements of local government units, the Local Government Academy shall consolidate all the capacity building requirements across the different sector, and therefore it will be coordinated with the line agencies. So these are the things that we are currently doing right now. No? It's really basically ensuring seamless harmonization between the national agencies and the local government units by way of harmonizing the capacity building requirements of LGUs, as well as informing the LGUs on the PPAs or the functions that the NGAs will have to devolve to the local government units so that they can prepare for the eventual full assumption of these activities.
Ma'am, FY22 would be really a game changer. Aside from implementing Mandana's Garcia ruling, it would be also an election year. The DILG has some anticipatory actions relative to the possible impact of the result of the election to our DTPs.
The DTPs, the LGU Devolution Transition Plan, shall have to be approved by the local Sanggunian. So in doing that, we are making sure that this will be recognized and will be recognized even with changes in administration. So these are the things that we would like to ensure continuity even after election. We are seeing that really 2022 will really be a challenging year, aside from the full transitioning of the full devolution by 2022, and we are anticipating the election. But even at this time, DBM, DILG, and NEDA, and DOF are already anticipating all these challenges and preparing for this. So at the LGU's end, yun nga, sa devolution transition plans nila, it has to be approved. It has to go through several consultations as well, no? With members of the Local Development Council, the Local Finance Committee, and with members of also of the Sanggunian. But even then, the devolution transition plan with all its components has to be approved by the local Sanggunian. So therefore, it has to be recognized even with changes in administration by 2022.
Okay. Earlier on, NEDA Director Nieva mentioned that our targets in terms of agricultural development. Will there be for the ILG and DBM? Will there be sanctions for the LGUs in case that they would have underspending or would not assume their devolved functions in agriculture, or do we have incentives that would be provided to them in case that there would be they would be assuming greater role in terms of agricultural development?
Director Aris, maybe I could start. For the ILG, no, for this devolution, it seems that we are not yet prepared with any sanction, but as an effective, as proven effective in the previous years, almost 10 years ago, no, we are institutionalizing the incentive systems for local government units to encourage them to behave the way we want them to behave. So our approach is to provide incentives yun nga, for eligible LGUs. Preparation of the DTP will be among the governance criteria for them to avail of the GEF. No? So kung meron silang, kung natapos nila yung DTPs nila and they are eligible for the Growth Equity Fund, they can only access that if they have completed their Devolution Transition Plan, among other criteria. And also, towards improvement in the agriculture sector, we all know that we have the Seal of Good Local Governance, and this is already a law, no, RA 11292. And currently, right now, per law, we have not done the run for the Seal of Good Local Governance following the new criteria, but it will be starting next year, so tama-tama 2022. But right now, we are taking this opportunity for 2021 to review all the indicators that are will align with the devolution that will happen in 2022. So we're hoping that agriculture, well, DA will be in the law. DA is not among the members of the council for the Seal of Good Local Governance, but in the last meeting of the council, DA and DTI were made members of the council under the thematic area on business-friendly and competitive local government units. So we're expecting DA and DTI's participation in the next meeting for you to endorse or to submit your indicators along agriculture and agricultural productivity for inclusion in the Seal of Good Local Governance.
Okay, that's good news, ASEC Arnel. Good news po sa atin that we would now be part of the parameters indicator for the Seal of Good Local Governance. Thank you po, ma'am. Director Aris, do you have additional? Meron po ba tayong sanctions or incentives sa mga LGUs who would not be undertaking their devolved functions like mechanization, irrigation, and other agricultural infrastructure? Director Aris?
Well, Director Ana has already discussed the incentive system that will somehow encourage the local government units to implement the functions and services that will be devolved to them by the national government agencies. Under the Constitution and the local government code, we can directly impose upon the LGUs which program and project they will prioritize in the allocation of their respective funds. But we can, encourage them through incentive system. So instead of doing the stick approach, we are inclined on doing yung carrot approach, wherein we incentivize the local government units that fully provide the services and functions devolved to them. In addition to that, we have revisited our guidelines in order to make them responsive to the emerging needs of the local government units and their respective constituents, and one of which is the 20% Development Fund. So late last year, especially November 24, if I remember it correctly, we issued the Joint Memorandum Circular number 1 between DBM, DILG, and DOF that gives the local government units greater leeway and flexibility in allocating their respective 20% development funds. Before, the 20% development fund can only be used for capital outlay projects. But in anticipation of the full devolution of functions and services to the local government units, they can already use the fund for soft projects. So before, if it is agriculture, you can only use it for, say, farm to market road, for agricultural equipment, which basically partake the nature of a capital outlay expenditure. But now, you can also use the fund for the distribution of seedlings, pesticides, fertilizers, as long as the same can be categorized by the LGU as falling within the purview of a project that contributes to the general welfare of the constituents. So that's what we have done so far in order to somehow increase the responsiveness of the guidelines for the local government units to fully assume and continue the delivery of the functions and services that eventually be devolved to them.
Okay. Director Aris, under our with regards, I think we know the budgetary requirement when it comes to infrastructure development. There are some LGUs already saying that with all those devolved activities that will be assumed by the LGUs, even the NTA may not be sufficient to cover all those devolved activities. How would DBM address this insufficiency in the funds of the LGUs? Even I think even the first to fourth class may say that still the funds would not be sufficient.
Well, it's too early at this point to say that there will be a deficiency in the fiscal resources that will be used by the local government units for the implementation of the devolved projects. But in case there is, well, what we suggest the local government units is to strengthen their own revenue generating capabilities and tap other available sources of financing, specifically the available local revenue options. The national government, together, especially the Department of Finance, the Bureau of Local Government Finance, the DILG, and also the Department of Budget and Management will continue to provide capacity building programs for the local government units in the area of revenue generation and public financial management. Ultimately, our goal is to enable the LGUs to effectively and handle the additional funds and sustainably finance the devolved services over time and translate it to the efficient delivery and quality delivery of goods and services and facilities to their respective constituents. So yun po yung response ko doon.
Okay. In anticipation, sir, of this Mandana's ruling, I think the joint circular between or among DA, DILG, Civil Service, and DBM would be productive in establishing agricultural engineering offices and even creating agricultural engineering plantilla position at the LGU. But when we were rolling out this JMC, most of the LGUs say that they have limitations in terms of their PS capex. So is there any move to waive or have a leeway for the LGUs to create additional offices or plantilla positions to facilitate efficient and quality delivery of services?
Well, I guess, well, if I will answer this, and Director Anna can also share her thoughts later on. Let me share two things. The two initiatives being undertaken by the Department of Budget and Management. First, with regard to the personal services limitation, how will we be able to help the local government units to address the usual problem of PS limitation of local government units in creating positions, in creating offices? So to enable the local government units to pursue the needed organizational changes and staffing changes in the respective LGUs in view of the full devolution of functions and services, then the enforcement of the PS limitation under the local government code will be proposed by the Department of Budget and Management to be waived for the LGUs hiring of additional personnel or manpower who will implement the devolved services and functions. So that's what we intend to do. We want to have it proposed through the National Expenditure Program, and it will be included in the expenditure program that will be submitted by the President to Congress. So once the NEP is submitted to Congress, it will be subject to budget authorization and legislation. And we hope that the Congress will also adopt whatever waiver that we will propose in the PS limitation computation of the local government units. That is one. It should be done through the GAA, the waiver. Now, what's the second one that we are now doing? We are reviewing presently the index of occupational services in local government units. So the recent the latest index of occupational services guidance issued by DBM for LGUs, I think, was issued way back 1996. So that is already outdated and it's no longer responsive to the positions needed to be created by the local government unit. So we are now in the process of reviewing the IOS or Index of Occupational Services for local government units and integrate the new positions that may be created by the LGUs. We intend to have the amendment or IOS issued within the third quarter of this year. So abangan na lang po natin yun for the local government units.
Okay. Director Bonagua, do you have additional comments on it? About the PS capex of the LGUs?
Yes. Well, even with the increase in the ERA or now NATA, we all know that local government units are not equal. Local government units at the same level. Let's say all municipalities are given the same set of devolved services. However, they are not receiving the same amount of ERA because ERA is dependent on their land area and population. And even yung local resource generation will be dependent on the capacity of local government units to generate revenue. Kasi if LGUs are really very rural, there are very few establishments or economic activity. So therefore, kahit anong revenue generation effort nila, they can only generate as much. So this is one thing that we are very glad and we're hoping that with DBM we will be able to pass this or our legislation will be passed along providing or waiving the PSCA for local government just for enable them to absorb the new devolved function. So yun po, actually this has always been the limitation of our local government units, hiring people that will really perform the devolved functions to them. So I think the capacity of LGs will vary depending on their size and their capacity to generate local revenues.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And then lastly, Director Nieva, will there be a change in the functions of our RDC? We do recognize the RDC would now play a big role in terms of linking also the LGUs and the national government agencies. Will there be a change or strengthened functions of the RDC in this devolution framework?
The function of the RDC remains the same, no? Kasi yung nauupo dyan yung mga governors. So siguro yung coordination at the municipal level will be through the governors who are represented in the RDCs.
Okay. Director Nieva, how about the possible underinvestment of the LGUs? As earlier mentioned, there might be a possible underinvestment of the LGUs in the agriculture sector. What do you think should be the strategy of DA in terms of influencing our LGU sector?
I think yung sinimulan ng PRDP through the Provincial Commodity Investment Plan is a good avenue by which the LGUs may be encouraged to pursue agricultural development projects. So siguro work on leverage. Aside from providing technical assistance, I don't know if still allowed with the devolution ruling yung counterparting between the national government and the local government. And as to the sharing arrangement, hanggang saan ba pwedeng mag-counterpart ang national to the local government who belong to the maybe 5th and 6th class, who at this point may not be capable of implementing big ticket projects.
I do agree with you, Director Nieva, that there are already tools developed by foreign already to the LGUs. Devolution. Our already for 20. I wish our and DBM are pushing forward. So with this we will be parking our first segment, but our resource persons are also welcome to join us later on to discuss the devolution together with our LGU partners. So
Engineer Christie, hello.
Let's have a yes, sir.
Before we go to the second phase, I have a very urgent concern, asking if BARM is included in the Mandana's implementation and EO 138, because yesterday I have a call on this and I cannot answer, because right now we have the BARM, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and we have also the LGU. We have agricultural offices and we have a duplicating function on agriculture. I get an answer to this.
Can I answer that question, ma'am? Yes, siguro naglalag lang si ma'am. Happy anniversary, Director Rico. Well, to answer your question, sir, the BARM LGUs should be governed by the Bangsamoro Organic Law for the BARM, or RA number 11054. Under the law, under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the supervision over the local government units is within the functional jurisdiction of the BARM government. In fact, they are mandated to enact their own local government code through the Bangsamoro Parliament. Therefore, if in case the BARM enacts the local government code and it provides or enacts a local government code, and the local government code that will be enacted by the BARM Parliament will provide that the LGUs will have a separate, there will be separate policies for the BARM with regard to the functions and the services that they have to deliver, then they will not be covered po by the Executive Order number 138. So there's a law po kasi that mandates another level of government, which is the BARM government, to have a jurisdiction over the BARM. Therefore, hindi po sila covered under EO number 138.
Thank you, Director Makaspa. Anyway, really the time is too short, but we would like to express our gratitude to all our panelists this afternoon for our first part. So we would like to express our gratitude to Assistant Secretary Arnel de Mesa, Director Ice Makaspa, Director Annalisa Bonagua, and Director Nieva Pinaturay. So we do hope that you would join again us in our next webinar. I think we would need further discussions about the devolution as we step forward in FY 2022. Thank you very much po.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
One minute break po for the part 2 of the roundtable discussion for the devolution. And for the part 2 po, the speakers are our resource persons are from the local government units. So,
Mga mangingisda, siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Siguradong
Wala.
Welcome to the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering series of webinar, part of our 8th-year anniversary celebration. Today, I'm going to present to you one of the DA-BAFE's innovation towards agri-fisheries digitalization. Introducing GeoAgri. What is GeoAgri? GeoAgri is an interactive web mapping application that displays information about machinery, infrastructure, especially farm-to-market road. Its objective is to consolidate, store, manage, and analyze GIS database on FMR. It also provides avenue for transparency, interagency, data sharing, and science-based approach planning. It also shows the robust spatial data visualization. It also eliminates duplication and overlapping of FMR construction. It has other features such as data management, public map, grievance, and requests. This time, I'm going to show you the GeoAgri public map dashboard. Here, you can select 3 functions: query, filter, and map overlays. In map overlays, you can select different layers such as infrastructures, machineries, and these data are connected to our Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering MIS, also known as ABMIS. There are also other available layers such as public markets, roads, waterways, barangay boundaries, rice areas, flood susceptibility areas. Now, let's try the filter function. Let's say we select region 12, then the fund source is Department of Agriculture. The road class is barangay road only. Then the road type is earth and gravel road. And the road status, let's select completed roads only. Then click the load map. As you can see, these data are essential on monitoring and even on planning, wherein all implementing agencies can view the proposed, ongoing, and completed FMR. Thereby, possible duplications and overlapping can be avoided. This will also show the connectivity of FMR to agri-fisheries, facilities, and machinery. How about the query function? Here, you can search data such as name of barangay. For example, let's type poblacion. The map shows the existing roads in this barangay. Actually, there are more features of GeoAgri. Just visit www.geoagri.da.gov.ph. Thank you.
What is laser-guided land leveling, or LLL? LLL helps farmers increase their yield through precise field leveling with reduced environmental footprint. However, the investment cost for LLL technology and machinery is high, which is often not affordable to smallholder farmers. High costs associated with LLL are often caused by low effectiveness and utilization time, poor matching with an understanding of cropping systems, and poor schedule. Introducing Easy Level. Built on Easy Harvest app, developed by Erie and DA-BAFE, helps optimize the booking process and minimize costs. Through Easy Level, farmers locate and book available LLL custom service providers nearby. The app features a built-in algorithm for determining capable and/or optimal machinery for a current farmer's field. This algorithm is integrated into the backend, which provides suggestions for optimal processing based on both field and machine parameters. All resources on Easy Level are geolocated in real time. Here are some of the salient features. For admins, control access to the application. View information about all resources currently present. For farmers, add and manage their field and book machinery. Edit info about their field and their processing date. View info about their field. View their field and nearby machines available on the map. For providers, add machinery as needed. View and edit info about machines. Accept or reject booking on specified dates. View machine and the map and check if they are moving or stationary. What are you waiting for? Download and install the Easy Level app in your mobile phone now. Let's support innovation in the field of agricultural and biosystems engineering, and together, let's bring the Philippine agri-fisheries sector to its fullest potential. Easy Farm helps search nearby resources from the DA-BAFE Agricultural Biosystems Engineering Management Information Systems database. Based on either the current user's location via GPS if active or via drag and drop of a pin on the map. There are two types of resources. Machinery, currently only four-wheel drive tractor, and facilities, currently only rice processing centers. The app is strictly online for now and thus requires an internet connection. With Easy Farm, users can select whether to search for agricultural machinery, facilities, or both. We'll later expand and include agri-fishery machinery and equipment service center. Scope of search can be customized up to 30 kilometers around selected location. The app users can virtually navigate and search for
Okay, JN, thank you. Can you hear me loud and clear?
kinig ka na po. Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to our second part of our webinar. Okay, okay, can I start now? Okay, moving forward to our next part of our webinar, we have invited a very prominent local chief executive. So our next resource person is a self-made man and an advocate of agricultural development. He finished his studies through hard work as he sold vegetables in the public market and worked as bus conductor. He learned the art of genuine public service when he worked as personal assistant to First District Congressman Pantaleon Diaz Alvarez. He built a lasting impression as the Kuya ng Masa by being deeply involved in overseeing projects and giving basic services to the people 24/7. In 2019, he ran as governor of Davao del Norte and had a landslide victory. In less than 1 year of serving as the governor, he accomplished many things that concretize the slogan, "One Davnor, One Team." Roads that provide endless opportunities to the previously underserved constituents have been improved. Medical services that benefited mostly the poorest of the poor have been strengthened through the zero billing scheme and the constructions of additional rural health units and other health facilities. He also implemented various agricultural programs, including the provisions of farm inputs and equipment to farmers' association and even to individual families through the Davnor Kaagapay or Kausas Agrikultura ug Panginibuluhan sa Barangay program. As Kuya ng Masa, Kuya Gob firmly believes that kung ang gobyerno ug ang katawhan magtinabangay, dali nato makaabot kinabuhing hamugkaway. Please let us welcome our beloved Governor of Davao del Norte, Governor Edwin Kuya Gob Hubahib, for his introductory statement.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. With the implementation of the local government code, the province of Davao del Norte has since pursued meaningful devolution. It has already produced a good number of local innovations and best practices in public service aimed at improving the quality of life of our people. Kasama ng tagumpay ng local economy sa ating probinsya, ang apat na galing of awards, taunang Cell of Good Local Governance Awards, at maraming gawad sa regional championships at national awards. Ngayon, muli na naman natin ipinamalas ang ating lakas at kakayahan sa pakipaglaban sa pandemya. Bukod sa sarili nating contact tracing system at COVID-19 testing center, nilunsad natin ang Davnor Kaagapay program na ating sandata para siguraduhin ang pagkain at pagbibigay ng buhay at pag-alaga ng ating kalikasan sa panahon ito ng matinding pagsubok. Ang Kaagapay program po, kausa sa agrikultura ang nilabuhian sa barangay. Ito yung programa for food sufficiency program or food security program in the province. Ito yung tinutulungan natin ang mga magsasaka na sa kanilang pagtanim at pag-harvest, tinutulungan ng provincial government at hanggang sa pagbinta ng kanilang produkto. Binibili po ng probinsya ang lahat ng agricultural products upang sa ganun po ay natulungan natin sila na magkaroon ng mataas na presyo at sigurado po na kumikita po ang bawat isa. Nagpapasalamat din kami sa kabutihan ng Department of Agriculture upang umunlad ang lokal na industriya ng pagsasaka. Ang higit 120 million pesos makinaryang pambukid galing sa permit sa ilalim ng RCEP program ay malaking tulong upang mas gumaan ang trabaho, mabawasan ang production cost at madagdagan ang kita ng libu-libo nating magsasaka sa probinsya. With bigger budget for LGUs starting next year, because of the Mandana's ruling, we are excited to maximize the benefits of the city transition and improve delivery of services. We are now preparing our capacity to absorb more funds for our health and social care, education, agriculture, environment, local infra, housing, transport, and other basic services. Malaking bagay ang dagdag na ira sa ating pangako upang maisulong ang moderno at mechanized farming upang mapabuti ang pagsasaka, mabawasan ang post-harvest losses at madagdagan ang kita ng ating mga magsasaka. Kaya, 10 ng mga opisyalis ng Davao del Norte, taos-puso ang aking pagbati ng isang maligayang pagdiriwang ng ika-8 anibersaryo ng BAFE. Kaysa uninyo ang Davao del Norte sa layuning magamit ang makabago at matibay na sektor ng agrikultura sa bansa. One Love Nor, One Team. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Gov. One Dove Nor, one team. Okay. Si Gov excited na raw ng Mandana's ruling. Okay. Mukhang ready na si Gov to assume all those devolved functions. Okay. Next in our list of LGUs that we have invited is Governor of Negros Occidental. Unfortunately, the governor is because we have been late. He has to attend another equally important activity, but he is sending his provincial agriculturist to represent him. So we have invited our next speaker, who is also an agricultural engineer by profession. He finished his agricultural engineering from the University of Southern Mindanao in Cabacas, Cotabato in 1981. And he finished his diploma in agriculture from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna. He entered the government service as a junior soil technologist in the Department of Agriculture, Region 6. He was devolved. He was among those people who was devolved during the 1991. But now he is appointed as the provincial agriculturist of the province of Negros Occidental. Let us please welcome Attorney Japet Mascolino of Negros Occidental. Attorney Japet.
Hello.
Yes, attorney, we could hear you na po.
Yes, good afternoon po. Ma'am Christy, meron ba yatang recorded na na message si Gob na ipinadala sa BAFE?
Let me check po.
Okay.
Secretariat, meron daw recorded message si Gob. Kindly take a look at it. But nonetheless, welcome po sa ating webinar, Attorney Japet.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Okay, while waiting po do sa recorded message ni Governor, do you have some concerns or some message for us relative dito sa pinag-uusapan nating devolution?
So, what I can say is that Negros Occidental is siguro the first province to have established an agricultural engineering division. We established it last 1995. I was appointed then as Engineer 3, under the Agricultural Engineering Division, and became Engineer 4 in 2001. So we did it by proving to our local government unit that agricultural engineers are capable of implementing irrigation projects, post-harvest facilities. So because of that, and we invited them to inaugurate these programs implemented, we were able to convince our local government unit to create this agricultural engineering division in the office of the provincial agriculturist. So until today, it has expanded, but we would like to align it to the structure being proposed by BAFE, so that aligned yung structure ng agricultural engineering from the local government unit until the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering. So hopefully, with the Mandana's ruling, we can have more projects, especially agricultural engineering ones, which can help our farmers in improving productivity and competitiveness. We are ready. We are ready to embrace the responsibility, considering that we have been doing this for the past 27 years. Yes, so under the office of the provincial agriculturist. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Japet. Hinahanap pa po yung recorded message ni Governor. Anyway po, moving forward, I think nag-message po si Mayor Cruz of Umingan, Pangasinan. Nawala po ang kanilang internet, so he might be joining us late in our discussion. Ito po ang mahirap po sa ating mga webinars po natin. But then again, ito din po ang challenge ng LGUs on how to improve our connectivity when you assume all those devolved functions. Kailangan po on time yung reporting. Panay electronic na po ang ginagawa natin sa NGAs po ngayon. So mukhang kailangan one of our first agenda siguro is to improve really the connectivity of the LGUs. Tama po ba, Attorney Japet?
Yes po. Yes po. At saka siguro yung serbisyo din ng ating mga providers, if they can also improve the services, mas maganda din yun.
Opo. Bahib, sa inyo po, wala hong problema ang ICT connections po natin? It's not a constraint for the LGU? Kuya Gob? Okay. Kuya Gob, earlier you mentioned po na you are really excited in assuming all those devolved functions. Do you see, given that you are also our partner in most of our banner program, rice program, corn program, if we are going to devolve all those irrigation, farm to market, roads, mechanization, do you see any challenges that you are going to face come FY 2022? Gov?
Yes po, ma'am. Because po yung, especially na yung mga farm to market roads natin, ito po yung paunahin natin na problema ngayon. Dahil sa ito bago po akong gobernador at ang dami ng problema talaga sa probinsya. Maraming request regarding farm to market roads. But nakikita ko ito na regarding the implementation, with regards to the implementation, kaya-kaya naman po natin dahil ready na po yung engineering department natin to implement such a program.
Well and good. Bob, nakapag-prepare na po kayo ng devolution transition plan ninyo?
Ongoing po ngayon, ma'am, ang aming preparation po.
Okay. We do hope po yung agriculture sector ay hindi niyo po malilimutan sa inyong devolution transition plan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Yung agriculture, priority po natin, ma'am.
Okay. Nakahinga po kami ng maluwag that agriculture is one of your priority agenda in the devolution transition plan. Okay. Gov, in the DBM, the ILG is saying, all saying that the LGUs would be needing capacity building to raise your competency. In terms of the agriculture, what kind of assistance would you be needing from DA such that you would be able to deliver quality agricultural engineering services? May kailangan po ba kayo sa DA na assistance?
Ito po yung capability building po ang kailangan natin, ma'am, sa agricultural, ng ating agricultural engineering.
I think meron na kayong agricultural engineers dyan, Gov, ano, sa Davao del Norte? Tama po ba?
Christy,
yes, Director Rico.
Okay, actually, I'm very much aware, Bob, no, in Davao del Norte, you have already a strong established an agricultural engineering division, and with the implementation of Mandana's ruling and EO 138, that can be further strengthened alongside with the municipalities of Davao del Norte. And on the part of BAFE, as suggested by Neda kanina, we can partner in the formulation of a provincial, city and municipal agricultural and fisheries mechanization plan, so that we can know what are the investment are still needed, wherein the LGU and the DA together with other national government agency can complement, and also with the Farm to Market Road Network Plan, which I think Davao del Norte has already established its provincial road network plan, with the ILG, and as well as the irrigation master plan. Siguro, Governor, these are the complementation arrangement that BAFE and your province can also complement with, together with Negros Oriental, and perhaps with our guests from the municipality of Umingan. So that's my suggestion and commitment for the for your province, Gov.
Gov, any response to that?
Yes po, ma'am. Ito po yung umpisa ng ginagawa natin ngayon, yung capability engineering plan natin. Dahil po, yung may mga funding po tayo sa ngayon, at may mga unfunded position pa po. So ito po yung i-comply natin upang sa ganun ay maging strengthen ang agricultural engineering ng probinsya ng Davao del Norte. But sa ngayon po, will perform po ang Davao del Norte for the agriculture program.
Okay, thank you, Gov. Attorney Japet, meron ka pa pong idadagdan on how we could further strengthen the agricultural engineering division or section in Negros Occidental? Attorney Japet?
Can you please repeat, Chris? Ma'am Christy.
Sir, do you have additional po doon? How can we strengthen for those LGUs na meron na pong agricultural engineering divisions or sections? How do you think we could strengthen them further so that they would be able to assume fully yung devolved functions?
Siguro on training, no? On training siguro, no, we have to BAFE can assist these local government units on the training, capability building of our agricultural engineers. Kasi of course, we know na hindi naman lahat ng agricultural engineers na na-hire may experience na kaagad. Some are new graduates. So that's the area where we can assist our local government units to strengthen their agricultural engineering section or unit. And of course, siguro, if the local government units can create permanent positions for our agricultural engineers, mas maganda yon. It's a motivating factor, especially for our agricultural engineers, to be appointed to agricultural engineer positions in the local government units.
Okay. Attorney, Negros Occidental and Davao del Norte are among those provinces that was able to establish agricultural engineering office at the local government unit. Have you seen any positive impact of establishing these offices such that we would be able to motivate or influence other LGUs to also follow suit with the what is contained under our joint memorandum circular with DILG and DPM? Meron pong naging positive impact po ang pag-establish ng mga agricultural engineering offices at the LGU level?
Napakalaki po ng impact ng having an agricultural engineering unit in the local government units. Kasi po, the local government units don't have to wait for regional office engineers to assist them in preparation of plans, survey, designs, program of work. Kasi mayroon na silang in-house na tao who will be doing this job. So the preparation of plans and programs are hastened, no, in the local government units and can be submitted earlier because of the presence of these agricultural engineers in the local government units. At saka hindi lang yun preparation of plans, pati implementation ng projects, no? Because our agricultural engineers in Negros Occidental have been trained, no, by BSWM, by BAFE, by DA Region 6. So at least we are capable of not only preparation of plans and program of works, but also in the implementation of the different agricultural engineering projects, like even solar-powered irrigation. No? We are implementing solar-powered irrigation system in the province, funded by the province, and supervised by our agricultural engineers in Negros Occidental.
Attorney Japet Bayaw, I have a question because one of the projects to be devolved is yung mga communal irrigation projects ng DIA that includes design and the operation and maintenance. Will be your agricultural engineering division ready to handle such? Because this is the very mandatory to be devolved soon under AFMA and the local government.
Irrigation project implementation was the flagship project of our agricultural engineering division, proposed agricultural engineering division in 1994, which convinced Governor then Coscolvela to create the agricultural engineering division because we were able to construct a communal irrigation project in Cadiz City. And we invited him to inaugurate the project, and he was amazed that water is flowing in the mountains, no? Because of the dam and the other structures of an irrigation projects that we have constructed. It was even constructed by administration. No, it was not bidded. No, that was constructed, I believe, in 1994. So we don't have problem. No, we don't have problem in accepting devolved functions for irrigation and other agricultural engineering projects from the national government.
Okay, well said, attorney. I think that's a message that really we would like to also relate to our fellow local government units. The beauty of having your own agricultural engineering offices, once the DA trained the LGUs, at least you have already staff whom can be trained. So kayo po ang nauuna sa listahan natin for those LGUs that will be trained. Anyway, I think we have found already the recorded message of Governor Lacson. Can we request our secretariat to please play on it?
The Mandanas ruling, as it seeks to address the inequality of financial resources among LGUs, has been the matter of the moment, as the NTA is programmed to increase in the 2022 budget. As a primarily agricultural province, we welcome this new development to give us the necessary boost we need as an LGU to implement our agricultural programs. Today's webinar on the devolution and local governance of mechanization and rural infrastructure is a sound preparation and enhancement of our capacities as we take on the additional challenge and responsibilities brought about by the Mandanas ruling. This is not just a transfer of resources. This is a serious responsibility to improve the delivery of basic social services to our constituents. This enhanced decentralization must translate to improved coordination, planning, and implementation of programs across all levels of government, taking into consideration the distinct capacities and needs of LGUs in order to achieve its desired end, that is, to improve the lives of our people. To all the participants and LGUs attending this webinar, this is a very good avenue and opportunity to learn, discuss, and develop our needed strategies and approach, particularly the potential implications in the delivery of mechanization, irrigation, farm-to-market roads, and other agri-fishery infrastructure services. To the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering, thank you for facilitating this exchange of information and knowledge. The Mandanas ruling is a great window of opportunity to make our governance more relevant. Let us make all the necessary preparations to make this work. For if a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing well. Wishing everyone the best of luck as we seek to improve our capacities for the benefit of our province and our people. God bless us all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you po, Governor Lacson. So you have heard Governor Lacson with his recorded message for all of us. So I think Governor Lacson spelled out correctly that while the LGUs will have fiscal space, along with it is the responsibility that all of us, the national government and the LGUs, have to jointly work together so that we would have a continuous, seamless delivery of quality delivery of services. Okay, so at this point, may I turn over to Epi for additional questions in our chat box or at our FB Live. Epi?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much po for this time po. Yung mga questions po at mga comments po
The recording has stopped.
Ang mga comments po sa ating FB page
This
ay
meeting is being recorded.
sinasabi po, a majority is sharing of experiences po ng ating mga kasamahang ABE po sa paano po sila makapag-establish po ng kanilang mga ABE divisions and sections sa kanilang LGUs po. So nandyan po active po ang ating mga kasamahan from Camarines Sur, Albay, at saka may sharing din po si from Tagum City po. For question po, actually ito po ay general po. General na query ay from Ma'am Chloe Ann De Guzman Cabigan from Albay, Provincial Agriculture Office. Is Agricultural Engineering Division required for all LGU or for all first-class municipalities only? Actually, may nakita po akong parang follow-up pa dito na paano naman po yung mga ang nasabi lang po sa batas ay from first class to third class yung mga ano po with considering na yung mga municipalities po na may malaking agricultural engineering ay nandoon po sa nasa ibang class naman po. So yun po yung query po sa ating FB page. Anyone po from the panelists?
Can I answer that?
Yes po, sir.
Based on the Section 28 of RA 10601 and the joint DA, DILG, DBM, and CSC memo circular, the Agricultural Engineering Division is mandatory to start with the province and cities municipalities section from first class to third class. However, for fourth class to sixth class, they can still create such, provided they have the financial capability. But for fourth to sixth class engineer position, agricultural engineer position, they will have to hire. And in terms of funding, as what DBM have presented, there would be an increase of ERA to NTA from 600 last year, 600 billion to 900 billion this year. So funding is already there. And anyway, there will be some orientation briefing to be conducted in all other regions as what we did in Region 6 and in Region 2. That's my answer.
Maraming salamat po, Director po. Yun naman po concern po with Tagum na ang comment daw po sa kanila ng sa kanilang LGU ay kahit may structure ay kulang naman daw po yung budget para mag-open ng engineer position. So yun po yung medyo na-experience po na ating makasaman from ating mga sa LGU. So yun po yung siguro mga karamihan ng nilalaman ng ating chat box ay ng ating Facebook comments po so far.
Okay, thank you, Epi. Gov, question din po, you mentioned that agriculture is part of your development transition plan. I think the province has also a responsibility in terms of also overseeing the development transition plan of your municipalities and cities. How do you think you would influence also the cities and municipalities to also prioritize agriculture in their devolution transition plan? Go. Go, narinig niyo po ako yung question po. Gob, ang question lamang din po. Can you hear me po? Apo. Gob, ang sabi niyo po ay nagpe-prepare na po kayo ng devolution transition plan, and agriculture is one of your priority agenda in your transition plan. Ang tingin po namin as the governor of the province, you also have to oversee, titingnan din po ninyo yung devolution transition plan that has to be prepared by the municipalities. Yung mga munisipyo po, magpe-prepare din po sila and you will look at it. Tingin niyo po, how are you going to influence the municipality, yung mga munisipyo po natin na bigyan din nila ng prioridad ang agrikultura?
Yes po, ma'am. First po, kailangan po natin yung provincial regional development council meeting natin, which involved all the local chief executive, na kailangan po mapag-usapan po namin kung ano po yung mga priority programs for agriculture sa kanilang kanya-kanyang LGUs. And yun po ang una natin bigyan natin ng pansin. At also, we also check about their engineering capability. Kasi po dito sa probinsya ng Davao del Norte ay meron na po tayo ng agriculture engineering which involve of engineering, meron po tayong mga geotagging, involved of geotagging, agricultural machinery, equipment, infrastructure, and facilities. And also in Davao del Norte is we are one team for all our programs. So madali po sa atin ang lahat ng technical supports kasi kung dito na po tayo ng engineering personnel. Yun na po yung mga sinabi ko kanina, yung mga vacant position na unfunded, ito pa yung lagyan natin ng funds sa ngayon in devolution of Mandanas Rolling para po maging strengthen na po kung dito po ang agriculture engineering ng Davao del Norte.
Okay, thank you. Gov, what can our farmers expect from you come FY 2022? Ano po ang ma-expect ng ating mga magsasaka sa inyo sa FY 2022 given na magsisimula na po tayo ng devolution?
Siyempre po, yung rural development po na agriculture, rural development agriculture, practical agriculture po ang pinupus po natin ngayon upang yung gobyerno natin ay talagang makatouch down po doon sa ating mga small farmers o local farmers.
Okay, thank you, Gov. And Attorney Japet, similarly, what can we expect po sa province of Negros Occidental when we implement the devolution in FY 2022? Attorney Japet?
Hello po. Okay na?
Yes, Attorney.
So, in the development agenda of our governor, Avance Negrense, letter A in Avance, the first A is on agriculture. So we know the direction of the governor is focused, number one, on agriculture. With devolution, with bandanas rolling, hopefully with additional funds. Considering that Negros Occidental is the model province in Region 6 in the implementation of BAFEs. So we can no, the province can ably implement this devolution and give focus on agriculture development for our province.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Japet, Governor Ubahib, Kuya Gob, for sharing your afternoon with us. We have learned so much na while we are going to implement Mandana's ruling in FY 2022, along with it ay kailangan po natin ng capacity building, and the national government should definitely or will definitely provide technical assistance for the LGUs to provide seamless delivery of quality engineering services. So meron pa po tayong pahuli, and with that I think Gov, meron pa po kayong huling mensahe po sa atin when it comes to the implementation of Mandana's ruling before we park this segment, Gov?
Yes po ma'am, malaking bagay po itong Mandana's ruling natin. Dahil po yung provincial government unit at saka itong mga local government unit natin ay magkaroon po ng dagdag na pundo at kanila po ating pong direct na magawa kung ano po yung pangunahing kailangan talaga ng ating constituents, lalo na yung mga part-time areas at saka yung mga local partners natin. So ito na po yung katuparan para po sa madaliang tulong na naibigay ng probinsya at ng local government unit po sa kanila. So dahil po sa dami ng pangangailangan ng ating mga local infrastructure, lalong-lalo na mauna itong mga farm-to-market routes, water system, kasi po dito sa probinsya ng Davao del Norte, dahil po marami pa pong non-irrigated rice farm nung pagpupo, unang-una na lang po natin ginawa na intervention, ginamit natin yung equipment ng provincial government, ginawa natin ng canalization program hanggang sa doon po sa water source. At ito po na ginagamitan na lang po natin ng mga water pump with coordination at tulong ng Department of Agriculture Region 11, at nag-successful po yung ginagawa natin. At saka yung makikipagtulungan natin sa National Agency ng National Irrigation Authority. So, dito po sa probinsya ng Davao del Norte, nagkaroon po tayo ng whole of nation approach. Nagtutulungan po ang mga national agency at local government unit na upang tuloy-tuloy po natin yung ating intervention, paano matulungan at masagot natin yung mga unang pangangailangan ng ating mga local farmers. At kailangan po talaga upang kung ma-encourage natin ang ating mga local farmers, kailangan talaga natin yung marketing arms natin. Dahil kung wala pong bumibili sa kanilang mga produkto at marami pong middleman na talagang kumikita kaysa ating mga local farmers, so mahirap po at mawala po ng gana yung mga local farmers natin na magtanim ulit. So ang ginagawa po natin dito, nagkaroon po tayo ng marketing arm with all LGUs upang government led na po yung pagbili ng ating mga farmers produce. So ang masasabi ko po, kailangan talaga natin sa national government na tulungan ang ating mga farmers from national to local, na tulungan natin yung mga farmers natin, hindi lang po sa pagtatanim at hindi lang po sa mechanization program, hindi lang po sa pag-provide ng mga seeds, kung hindi po talagang tulungan natin sila na may sapat po na presyo para po sa kanilang ani. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Gob. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And Attorney Japet, do you have any final message for our LGUs who will start creating their agricultural engineering units or offices, Attorney?
So actually, I am encouraging local government units to create their agricultural engineering division. No? Malaki yung maitulong niya in the implementation of agricultural engineering projects. especially now with additional funds by virtue of Mandana's ruling for local government units, no? Malaki yung maitulong ng agricultural engineering unit ng LGU, if ever, no? So again, I encourage, no, yung mga LGUs to create positions and to create the division or unit or section of agricultural engineering in the office of the provincial agriculturist, or better, to create a department of agricultural engineering in the province or in the cities. Mas maganda yun. Thank you po.
Thank you, Attorney. Director Rico, do you have also final message to wrap up our session on the LGU devolution?
Well, thank you very much, Governor of Davao del Norte and Attorney Japhet. We learned a lot, and with these things that happen for us, siguro, Christy, we can model, no? Itong dalawang probinsya, no, with BAFE on the devolution. So thank you very much. Rest assured of the support of BAFE.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you again, Attorney Japet, in behalf of Governor Lacson. And Kuya Gob, maraming pong salamat for gracing our webinar for this 8th anniversary of BAFE. Thank you very much. Let me now turn over to our secretariat for our next agenda of our program. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Start na. So thank you, Ma'am Christy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dexter E. Fulgar of the BAFE Programs and Projects Management Division. We hope that everyone is having a wonderful time while learning new and interesting concepts from our very comprehensive webinar this afternoon. For the synopsis, I will be presenting some key points of discussion noted during the webinar. Moreover, the Secretariat team will also upload a video recording of this online activity on YouTube for the reference of those who weren't able to join us this afternoon, and for our viewers who wish to replay and rewind the discussion. Dr. Hung explained to us how leaser land leveling can help promote land use efficiency here in the Philippines. Furthermore, Dr. Hung elaborated on the key factors to enhance the capacity of LLL operation and to increase its effectiveness in the Philippine setting. The presentation was followed by the message shared to us by Engineer Martin Gomert on the successful completion of the collaborative project between the International Rice Research Institute and the Philippine Department of Agriculture. Moreover, Engineer Gomert mentioned that he is happy that the LLL technology is now available to the Filipino farmers. We have also witnessed the ceremonial handover of the training manuals developed by ERI, which will then serve as reference in capacitating future LLL equipment operators and trainers. In line with this, Director Ariadir Sirico expressed DA-BAFE's appreciation of the materials developed by ERI and explained how these engineering innovations can help increase rice production and promote land consolidation in the country. This was followed by the launching of the 3 digital applications, namely Easy Level, Easy Farm, and GeoAgri, which can be easily downloaded and installed in our mobile phones. So for the question and answer portion in the first part of our webinar, one of our viewers asked about the effects of LLL technology on an already established rice field. Dr. Hung mentioned that the LLL technology will eliminate the slope since it will level the field parallel to the ground surface. Moreover, it can reduce water stagnancy, promote uniform fertilizer application, and promote better weed control. In the long run, we can expect a 5 to 10% increase in yield. Moreover, another participant asked about the social preparations needed for LLL. Dr. Hung mentioned that we can make agreements with the farmers so we can split the leveling cost and improve their knowledge on the LLL technology. We are very privileged to hear reactions from our esteemed guest, during the first part of the webinar. DA Undersecretary Gorgonio congratulated DA-BAFE, the newest member of our family, for its 8th founding anniversary. Yusek Gorgonio also thanked Dr. Hung for his brief yet comprehensive discussion on the LLL. Moreover, Yusek Gorgonio also compared agriculture with algebra, wherein we have to carefully consider several variables in order to increase yield and production. Dr. Riside mentioned that the creation of DA-BAFE comes to the recognition of the need to create a government agency that will focus on providing innovative engineering solutions in the agri-fishery sector. After the short break, the second part of the webinar immediately started and was facilitated by Engineer Christy Cecilia P. Pulido, the Chief of BAFE Programs and Projects Management Division. So for the roundtable discussion with the government agencies, several questions were asked to our very respective resource persons, namely Director Nieva T. Natural, Director Annalisa Bonagua, Engineer Arnel V. De Mesa, and Director Jan Aris S. Macaspa. Engineer Pulido asked about the possible incentive to encourage the LGUs. Director Macaspak replied that we can encourage LGUs through an incentive system. Moreover, Director Macaspak stated that the LGUs can use the funds for the distribution of seedlings, pesticides, and fertilizers as long as it contributes to the welfare of its constituents. The next question, is there any move to waive or is there any leeway that will be given to the LGUs to help them create plantilla positions? Director Macaspak stated that the DBM is currently reviewing the Index of Occupational Services. For the DALG, what are the strategies of DALG to ensure plans prepared by the NGA will be in sync with the LGUs? Dr. Bonagua mentioned that DILG together with the DBM are formulating guidelines on the preparation of the Devolution Transition Plan. In addition, DILG is trying to ensure seamless harmonization between NGAs and the LGUs. For the Department of Agriculture, what are the strategies on the devolution for the devolution of the agricultural and biosystem services and functions of DA? ASEC DEMESAM named 3 major strategies being undertaken by the department as it embraces the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. First, province-led agri-fishery extension system platform. Second, farm and fisheries consolidation. And lastly, promotion of agribusiness corridors. For the NEDA, are there changes on the rules of the RDC? Moreover, how can we address the possible underinvestment of LGUs in the agri-fishery sector? Director Natural clearly stated that the rules and functions of the RDC will remain the same. Moreover, the Provincial Commodity Investment Plan being promoted by the DAPRDP can be a good strategy to encourage our LGUs to invest more on agri-fisheries development projects. For the roundtable discussion with the local government units, several questions were also asked to our esteemed resource persons, namely Attorney Japet Masculino, Governor Edwin Hubahib, Mayor Michael Cruz, and Director Aridir Sirico. First question, if we are going to devolve these ABE functions, do you see any challenges? Have you prepared a devolution transition plan? Governor Hubahib answered that the engineering unit of the Davao del Norte PLGU is ready to assume the implementation of these programs. Moreover, the preparation of the DTP or the Devolution Transition Plan of the province is still ongoing. Second question, what kind of assistance will be needed by the Davao del Norte PLGU from the DA? Director Rico emphasized that the suggestion provided by NEDA that we can partner with LGUs to determine what is still needed. Lastly, is the creation of ABE divisions required for all LGUs or for first to third municipalities only? Director Rico clearly explained that the creation of ABE units is mandatory for the first to third class municipalities. However, for the fourth to sixth class, It still depends on their financial capabilities. That is it for the synopsis. Good afternoon again to our viewers. Back to you, Engineer Pulido and Engineer Lazatin.
All right, so this ends our webinar, and we hope everybody had a good time and had a really great time listening to our different topics that are discussed today. And for some reminders, you can see on the screen the link and the QR code for the attendance, as well as, and right after we'll also be showing you the webinar evaluation link form. So that will be all, and thank you so much, and have a good day, everyone.
Sa kagawaran ng pagsasaka, di nito magmumula ang tunay